Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. E is way late too.
E Africa.
E Africa.
E is Wele too. Uhuru, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. If this is your first time tuning in, my name is Dexter Mwingu. I'm here with my comrade and Wazy Odom. We are your co-hosts for day two of what has been a powerful, dynamic plenary so far. I hope everybody was able to get some refreshments and everything on your break. Hope y'all took this live and forwarded it to all your family and friends, everybody around you, taking part of this whole thing as well. And Wazy, how'd you spend your break? What'd you do?
Well, I took direction from you or leadership from you, and I drank some water, and I had some food. And I actually scrolled back to look at the Uhuru Planet sale from earlier because I was so busy looking at things I didn't get a chance to confirm a few more orders. So I, bought some I did some buy Black Power during my break too.
Right. I need to do the same thing. And I know we got Uzi coming up later on, so I need to.
Yes. Yep. Plenty of time.
But I had some jollof rice. Had some water with chlorophyll. You got to be hydrated. So wait, evolution. So yeah, it was good. It was good. But I want to thank everybody for coming back on with us. And what do we have coming up next? Okay, we have
cultural revolution.
Yes, cultural revolution. I'm really excited to have a presentation let's see a presentation for the next comrade. I remember meeting this comrade actually. It was at a USM event and who was Solidarity Movement event in Boston. And I think that's even a testament to like a strategy at USM, because even Africans at first exposed to a party, to a whole movement in general, through like the white solidarity, they brought into the African revolution, and it's not a and it's not an organization of white people on planet Earth that could say the same thing.
That's real.
It's not an organization of white people on planet Earth other than USM. It's under the leadership of the African working class. So I just wanted to say that. But
it's the only way.
Yeah, this comrade, I met at the event. She joined PDUM, International People's Democratic Forward Movement. Then she joined the African People's Socialist Party. And now she's organizing on the ground in Marcus Garvey's hometown of Jamaica. So I really wanted to just say that. And yeah, let's hear from my comrade Yasanti, talented poet. Uhuru.
Yes. Uhuru.
Uhuru, everyone. This is Janelle Owens from APSP Jamaica. I'm so grateful to be able to perform at this historic plenary, and the piece is called Sankofa. I hope you enjoy. Never do they use colonialism to describe our condition. Never do they say genocide, a glaring omission. They call it racism, so anti-racist capitalism becomes their one true mission. Racism. That doesn't begin to describe our plight. I went back to Africa late last night, chanting down Babylon with all my might. Then I was a slave. Then I was a slave chained to other slaves, urging a young boy to cool down his fright. I held his hand, strong and firm. Resistance was near, he would learn. What to the slave is a flying brick, hurled at a slaver's skull so thick, hurled at his teeth, yellow and brittle. If love is a tree, then freedom is whittled into an arrow, a burning spear, in through one side and out the other ear of a colonizer who wouldn't listen to the cries of black children in blood he would christen. That young boy is older now. He was shot in the dark while his pockets held Skittles. He was let on the asphalt while his skin burned and sizzled. He was shot in the park for having a toy gun. He suffocated under the knee of a colonizer having fun. From then till now, one thing remains true. The thoughts in their heads could never hurt you. It was power in their hands, not lack of virtues, that made Black Death a fact that would urge you to post black tiles and sing Black songs and use Black hashtags in a fight that can't be won by spontaneous struggle, tailing tragic events with an ideology that's muddled and no form of defense. Pick a bigger weapon. By now we should learn. Freedom won't be given. It is something that is earned.
That's that's African internationalism in poem.
Yes, yes,
Really powerful
yes,
piece.
yes. That was powerful. That really was powerful. I took down some notes.
Yeah.
Should never do they use colonialism to describe our condition. Never do they say
Yes.
genocide, a glaring omission. Everything quotable on that. Yes, I really want to salute that.
Yes, Uhuru Kama Yasante. All right, well, day 2 is going to continue. We are going to move into our appeal for our 50 years of the APSP's relentless economic achievements and self-reliance. This is led by Deputy Chair Onazine Yeshatela. So we're going to welcome her and her amazing office of professionals for the workshop on building a liberated, worldwide African independent anti-colonial economy.
Uhuru, looking forward to this. Looking forward to hear about this work. I want to bring on the team who will be leading everybody through this portion of the program. We have comrades Bakri Ulatunji and comrade Zanzile and Pico. Uhuru comrades. We also have Chairwoman Penny Hess and comrades Kitty Riley, Ali Hudley, and Renee Nessa.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
So yeah, let's begin our 2022 appeal and appreciation titled Building Relentlessly Our Own Liberated Economy, Economic Self-Reliance in Our Lifetime. Uhuru comrades.
Uhuru comrades.
Uhuru comrades, thank you guys for that great introduction. My name is Bakri Olatunji, and I want to first salute Chairman Omali Yeshatela for his brilliant political report. That sounds like an oxymoron, brilliant political report. But anyway, it's historic. For the third plenary to the African People's Socialist Party 7th Congress. And I just think that this particular workshop is going to really, I think, highlight what we're all about. I want to also salute the leadership of Deputy Chair Onazine Yeshatela, bringing together the political and economic as one, that she always does. She brings it all the time, not sometimes. And I also want to salute the National Central Committee and regional party members and leaders in different regions throughout the world. And I also want to salute all members of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement and all in attendance at this historic party plenary. We're not just talking about history, we're making history. And also I want to acknowledge the political report and that it ties in with this theme. I mean, 50 years of relentless revolutionary work, is brilliant. And, this report is talking about relentless 50 years of leadership, concentrating economic power for the redemption of Africa. Our economic work is revolutionary work. And that's something we have to keep in front of us. The chairman talked earlier about we have to go to the African working class, go to people like similar to the Garvey movement. When Garvey got contributions for the Black Star Lines, people was putting nickels and dimes and quarters and paying, and they got that Black Star Line. So this is what we need to do today. And I hope that people have their nickels, dimes, quarters, that noisy money, that quiet money, and we're going to do it electronically, but I want us to make it happen today and leave out here with a resounding victory. So again, I just want to salute everybody. I want to also, appreciate our donors. This workshop will give us the opportunity to thank them for our 2021 donations and give us all of us an opportunity to donate here in 2022. So to get started, I want to first appreciate all of you, all our donors from the past year who have contributed to this incredible movement for concentrating economic and political power in the hands of the African working class under the leadership of its fighting, relentless vanguard party, the African People's Socialist Party. Who else? I want to welcome Ali Hudley and Renee Nassar to join me. They are members of the Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles Steering Committee from the Philadelphia store. They will let our 2021 donors know how we're going to appreciate them.
Uhuru. Uhuru. Yeah. I am honored to be presenting special gifts to the African People's Socialist Party's National Central Committee members, appreciating their leadership and their 2021 donations designed to concentrate economic power in the hands of the African redemption. Next slide. The concentrated economic power in the hands of African redemption. Number one, Chairman Omali Yesatella. Number two, Deputy Chair Owner Janae Yesatella. Number three, Secretary General Luwezi Kinsasa. Four, Director of Department of Agitation and Propaganda, Akile Anaye. Five, National Director of Organizational, Chimarango Samambayo. Six, Director of All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, Dr. Aisha Fields. Seven, President of the African National Women's Organization, Yezide Oremila. Eight, President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, Kalambaye Andinet. Nine, South Regional Representative, Kabina Bantu Shango. 10, Northern Regional Representative, Tiffany Murphy. And 11, Western Regional Representative, Bakari Olatunji. Next slide. We will be presenting one of these commemorative embroidered hand towels and an engraved pen to the leadership of the Vanguard Party. Next slide. Our Relentless Chairman and Deputy Chair will each receive a pair of hand towels, a special Planet Uhuru handcrafted journal, and a commemorative engraved pen. Next slide. We salute ASI Director of Organization from Africa region, Jafari Mugari, Conrad Asa, Conrad Ampu, Director of All African People's Development and Empowerment Project in South Africa, and all the comrades on the continent for all they are building. We'll be sending engraved commemorative APSP to pens to Azani, South Africa. Next slide. I think that's back.
Uhuru had trouble getting off mute.
He's
Thank
on
you,
mute.
comrade. Okay. So now we want to salute and acknowledge the 2021 Omali Yeshatella level donors for their significant reparations work to the African Liberation Movement. Next slide. Excuse me, comrades, I just lost my space. Give me just 1 second here. Yeah, first of all, I apologize for that. Our Omali Yeshatella level donors are Maureen, who I personally work with here in Uhuru Foods and Pies in Oakland for a number of years. And she's a great comrade and has been giving generously over the years and has continued to do that. I want to talk about Mark, who also has been here in the San Francisco Bay Area for years, decades to say the least. And he has contributed and taken the stance of reparations for African people. And what can I say about Janice? She's down there in Florida right now, taking it on out there in that warm weather. But this comrade here to me is one person who dots her I's and crosses her T's and takes care of business, and just really appreciate this. And it shows in her stance in contributing resources to the Uhuru movement. And one thing I can say about this next comrade, Ruby. Ruby has been around forever and is still here, continuing to do the work. You know, and I can say that she at one time had the opportunity to be, I think what it was, a comedian. So the thing is, she's taken this work seriously, and we really appreciate her stance over these years. And the newcomer to this group is John. John is someone who's taken the correct stance to return those stolen resources, African people, back to the hands of the African Revolution. So I want to acknowledge and really appreciate John for his donations on this level. And we have a new anonymous donor who wants to remain anonymous. So that's what we'll do. And I think it's important to say that, and all of you will be receiving a signed copy of the chairman's political report to this plenary, an online subscription to the Burning Spear newspaper, a commemorative towel set, an APSP engraved pen. Oh man, it looks so good. And an African Planet journal. Next slide.
Uhuru. In 2021, AOBS had one special donor at the Patrice Lumumba level, Adrian. We salute you and will be sending you a unique gift with an online subscription of the Burning Spear newspaper. Next slide. Saluting our Kwame Nkrumah level donors, Redbeard, Lisa, Dan, Charles, Inez, Lottie, Hillary, and Carol. And recognizing our Harriet Tubman level donors, Deputy Chair Ona Zane, Harris and Kristen, Becky, Matt, Kara, Kabula, APSC Chairwoman Penny, Allison, and Kitty. And big salute to our Ella Baker level donors, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Stephanie, Jesse, Opa, Sandy, Ron, Paul, Deidre, Marissa, Allie, Janine, Amanda, Wendy, Joel, and Bunker. We will send you gift sets as well to appreciate you and commemorate the 50th anniversary of the African People's Socialist Party. Next slide. And a special thank you to the hundreds of donors who contributed in 2021, inspired by African internationalism and the vision and work of the African People's Socialist Party and Black Power Blueprint. You are the backbone for building this liberated anti-colonial economy. Many of you have sustained monthly for years, and so many new people responded to the call in 2021. We salute you in your stand of unity with African liberation and reparations. We will be mailing everyone your APSP 50-year commemorative enamel pin. And now I'll turn it back over to our host, Zan Lile, to kick off the 2022 Donor Pledge Drive. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. I just really want to just thank you all and just say, let's kick this off. Thanking our 2021 donors again. We so much appreciate you. And now we're gonna, let's have Abdullah from the Office of the Deputy Chair kick off our 2022 pledge drive by reading our donor levels and showing us how we can donate.
Uhuru, comrades. Yeah, let's begin this. This is how you can participate in your own liberation, by helping us, helping yourself to achieve Black power. So next slide. Relentless, 50 years of leadership concentrating economic power for African redemption. Our economic work is revolutionary work. Next slide. 2022 goal, donate today. We want to raise $150,000. So comrades, join in and help us to reach this goal. Uhuru, next slide. Giving levels. Now these are the giving levels. Next slide. The first level is our beloved chairman, African People's Socialist Party Chairman Omali Yeshitela. This is $25,000 or more. Quoting our chairman, revolutionaries are optimistic. We can actually envision a new world. It is we who will not allow our vision for the future to be determined by what is real today. So come in, those who can do it, donate at this level, $25,000 or more, and we really appreciate it. Next slide. Patrice Lumumba, powerful brother. Patrice Lumumba, his level is $10,000 to $24,990 annually. Freedom is not something, and I'm quoting Brother Patrice, freedom is not something that one people can bestow on another as a gift. they claim it as their own, and none can keep it from them. That's powerful. Freedom is ours, and we claim it. Next slide. Our next level is the Kwame Nkrumah level. This brother strove mightily to unite Africa, and he was assassinated for that reason. But $5,000 to $9,999 annually, quoting brother Nkrumah, united by a single spirit, a single aspiration, and a single heart, we shall turn Africa into a genuinely free and independent continent in the immediate future. Next slide. Harriet Tubman. This level is $2,000 to $4,999 annually. And quoting our sister Harriet, on my underground railroad, I never ran my train off the track, and I never lost a passenger. And this sister went back, jeopardized her freedom time and time again to liberate other brothers and sisters. So uhuru. Next slide. Ella Baker. And our chairman had the privilege of working with this beautiful sister who, struggled to bring about the freedom and liberation of African people. So this level is $500 to $1,999 annually. And quoting our sister Ella, remember, we are not fighting for the freedom of the Negro alone, but for the freedom of the human spirit, a larger freedom that encompasses all mankind. Next slide. Our next donation level is the Fannie Lou Hamer level, and that is $366 to $499 annually. And quoting our sister Fannie Lou Hamer, action, self-reliance, the vision of self, and the future have been the only means by which the oppressed have seen and realized the light of their own freedom. Again, the light of their own freedom. Next slide. Marcus Garvey. That's the brother that gave us this flag, the red, the black, and the green. This brother strove mightily to free Africa, Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. And he said, up, you mighty people, a nation, a race, that you can accomplish what you will. So quoting our brother, the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, he says, day by day, we hear the cry of Africa for the Africans. This cry has become a positive, determined one. It is the cry that is raised simultaneously the world over, because of the universal oppression that affects the Negro. Next slide. We now have Desi Woods, Desi X Woods. Her donation level is $20 a month or $240 a year. Desi Woods was sentenced to 22 years in prison for killing a white man in Georgia with his own gun who attempted to rape her in 1975. Now, this sister got 22 years for killing a rapist, but she, the attempted rape of Desi Woods was an act of colonial violence targeting all colonized African people. Free Desi Woods, smash colonial violence. So please donate the name of this sister. Next slide. And here we have our beloved Deputy Chairman, Owner Zane Yeshatela, African People's Socialist Party. This donation level is $10 a month or $120 a year, and I will be donating at this level. We demand the value of all the resources that we have produced over the centuries. We want all that. Up until today, recapturing the resources that belong to African people, both human and material, speaks to the question of mass liberation. That is to free the people, free the African nation. So donate at this level if you can. Next slide. Here we have our beloved brother, Mustafa Musa Bantu. This was a mighty brother, mighty young brother who realized what the struggle was all about and strove mightily to achieve the objectives of the African People's Socialist Party. So this donation level is $5 a month or $60 a year. And I will also be donating at this level. So join me, and donate, give as much as you possibly can towards your own liberation. And right now I want to quote Brother Mustafa Bantu. The Black Power Blueprint is an inspiration for the African working class. We are turning abandoned buildings into centers of Black self-determination, giving youth a vision of the future where we Africans have our rightful place as a free people. This brother was only 19 years old, and that's the intelligence that he had at that level. Next slide. How to give. Now, this is how to make your generous contribution to your own liberation, to your own freedom. So make your pledge to apspuhuru.org/pledge. Again, that's apspuhuru.org/pledge. We'll announce your first name and the city with your pledge unless you let us know you want to remain anonymous. Pay with a credit card. You can set up recurring donations to start any day of the month. Give us your message of support or tribute. Tell us why you are donating to express your love for the revolution. Next slide. How to give. Again, you can make checks payable to Black Star Industries, mailed to Black Star Industries, CO Uhuru House, 1245 18th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705. Any problems or questions, call us at 727-914-3609. Email donate@apspuhuru.org. We will help you make your pledge to the African Revolution. So brothers and sisters, friends, comrades, and others, please join into this donation so that we can raise this $150,000 and more today. Next slide. Donate today. Our economic work is revolutionary work. Donate today. Our economic work is revolutionary work. Uhuru. Next slide. I think that'll be the end of that section. Uhuru, thank you.
I believe this is the part of the program where we, Abdullah, where we going into our contributor resources, we can concentrate the economic power, and we play a slide.
Oh yeah, please do.
Yes, yes.
Yes, we're here to hear this film now, or watch this film.
So this is the part of the program where we can participate. All of us can make history right now, contributing all of the resources from the economic power in the hands of the party and the African working class. So right now, we're going to go over the levels, right? We went over the levels, and now we can play the slide from the AV video. Or am I wrong? Oh. Okay, my bad. Oh, I have it. I'm reading the wrong part. Sorry about that. Thanks, Abdullah, for showing us incredible African leaders that inspire us to contribute to the movement for African redemption. Now I understand how we can collectively raise $125,000 or more for this plenary. But before we open up our drive, we want to show you an inspiring video so that you know the heart and soul of this movement that you are donating to. It's impossible to sum up the glorious history and the victories of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the founder, the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party for over these last 50 years in this brief presentation. But we want to salute the chairman's profound and relentless leadership in the past period's journey towards African redemption. Every step of the way in this great long march was led by the chairman. The chairman developed the theory of African internationalism in the heat of the battle against all forms of colonialism. He led the party and the movement in nonstop campaigns throughout the party's history, and he produced the Burning Spear newspaper. He wrote and he published many books and built the institutions and the organizations to address every aspect of life for African people. This is just a glimpse. And now we want to play your video.
Omali Yeshitela, chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and leader of the African nation, was born at the time when revolution was the main trend in the world. The peoples of the world were mobilized by the victorious anti-colonial movements of the peoples of China, India, Azania, Cuba, and Vietnam. Inside the US, the civil rights movement was galvanizing African people, sweeping the country and the world.
Chairman Omali Yeshitela joined the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, in the mid-1960s as the African working class was emerging and transforming the struggle with the anti-colonial demand for Black power. In 1966, as a SNCC member, Chairman O'Malley tore down the colonialist mural that had hung in the St. Petersburg, Florida City Hall for 30 years, the first act of Black Power. For this courageous stand, Chairman O'Malley was beaten by the police, arrested, and sentenced to 5 years behind bars.
From prison, Chairman O'Malley formed the Junta of Militant Organizations, JOMO, a Black Power organization in Florida and the South. JOMO played a leading role in the sanitation workers' strike of 1968 in St. Petersburg, Florida, which lasted for nearly 4 months. In 1968, the chairman founded the Burning Spear newspaper, now the journal of the African People's Socialist Party, in print for 53 years. Throughout the late 1960s and early 70s, the U.S. government used its counterinsurgency program, COINTELPRO, to assassinate and imprison leaders of the Black Revolution and destroy its organizations. Some of our leaders of that period are still locked up as prisoners of war today.
As counterinsurgency wreaked havoc on the African community inside the U.S. and throughout the world, Chairman O'Malley exposed the imposition of neo-colonial politicians over the African working class. African people were reeling from the effects of the defeat of our Black Revolution as the government flooded our communities with deadly drugs, criminalized and imprisoned our people by the millions, and destroyed our revolutionary ideals and confidence with the help of the neo-colonialist puppets. The chairman was the only one who correctly defined the attack on the African Revolution as counterinsurgency, a colonial war against the oppressed rising up for justice and self-determination.
That's what happens in our community. You don't blame the person, the victim, you blame the oppressor. Imperialism, white power is the enemy. Was the enemy when it first came to Africa, snatched up the first African, brought us here against our will, is the enemy today. That's the thing that we have to understand.
Chairman O'Malley saw that it was necessary to build a disciplined, revolutionary party bound to the interests of the African working class and built around democratic centralism.
Faced with the task of solving the problems left unresolved by the defeat of the African Revolution, the chairman began developing the political theory of African internationalism, a theory that demands actual practice. From the earliest days, Chairman O'Malley struggled that colonialism is the main problem facing African people in the U.S. and around the world, not racism, the ideas in the heads of white people. Anti-colonial struggle is a struggle for power, not for assimilation. In 1976, the party adopted the case of Desi Woods, an African woman in Georgia who killed a white man who tried to rape her. Woods was sentenced to 22 years in prison. The party led the worldwide movement that freed Desi Woods in 1981 with the slogan, "Free Desi Woods, smash colonial violence." In this period, the chairman met one of the party's leading forces, Omowale Kefeng.
The theory of African internationalism led the party to form the African People's Solidarity Committee in October of 1976. The chairman solved the question of what to do about the white people by organizing them under the leadership of the party, extending the African Revolution behind enemy lines. In 1979, the party built the African National Prison Organization, ANPO, an anti-colonial organization addressing mass incarceration as a tool of the counterinsurgency. In 1981, the first Congress of the African People's Socialist Party was held in Oakland, California, where the party adopted its 14-point platform, What We Want, What We Believe, that appears in every issue of the Spear.
The APSP held the first tribunal on reparations to African people in Brooklyn, New York in 1982. As the people's advocate, Chairman Omali Yeshitela emphasized the African struggle for power using international law to indict the U.S. government for the crime of genocide.
Today, we are initiating a 2-day trial of the United States government for crimes it has committed against the Black or African population of the United States.
The party built the African National Reparations Organization, ANRO, and determined to make reparations a revolutionary demand of the masses, a household word, which it is today.
At the annual convention of a national coalition pushing for reparations, the message was loud and clear.
Anything we've ever got from America has been as a consequence of struggle, and it will be struggle to get reparations. We have to build a movement that will create the kind of crisis for America that it has no alternative but to give our people what is our right. Uhuru!
That was Omali Yeshitela, one of the more radical speakers.
In the early 80s, the chairman traveled to Britain and Ireland in the process of building the African Socialist International. During these years, the chairman was invited to a conference in Nicaragua following the Sandinista victory based on the relationship of the party and FSLN in San Francisco. In the 80s, the party built their long-standing close relationship with Unión del Barrio, the Mexican Liberation Revolutionary Organization. During this time, the party had strong relationships with the indigenous people and their right to the return of their stolen land.
The 1980s are defined as the Oakland years, when the chairman and the party forced the interests of the African working class onto the political agenda once again. In 1984, the party held the Oakland Summer Project as it built the revolutionary community-controlled housing initiative with 30,000 signatures, putting it on the ballot where it won 25% of the vote. In 1985, we did it again with Measure H. During this time, in the thick of daily struggle on the streets, the chairman developed the theory of African internationalism.
The chairman scientifically proved that capitalism was built through colonialism. Europe's assault on Africa, the kidnapping of African people, turning them into commodities, stealing their labor, genius, land, and resources. As Chairman Omali Yeshitela has taught, colonialism is the mode of production of capitalism. This is what transformed white people from feudal serfs into Europeans, colonizers whose lives, aspirations, and prosperity require the suffering, terror, and genocide of African and colonized peoples. The chairman wrote key books and pamphlets during the Oakland years, while also publishing the spear at the Oakland Uhuru House. His books in this period included A New Beginning, The Road to Socialism is Painted Black, The Economic Critique of Imperialism, Build and Consolidate the African People's Socialist Party, and many more.
The party's fight to raise up the African working class included constant organizing around housing, homelessness, prisons, foster care, the imposed drug economy of crack cocaine, community health care, all from an anti-colonial position and struggling for power. The African People's Solidarity Committee was tasked by the party with winning the demand for reparations in the white community. APSC began holding its annual walk against genocide in the Oakland Bay area as a fundraiser for the work of the party. Today, APSC is still on the front lines of winning reparations, building its mass organization, Uhuru Solidarity Movement, with members in 130 cities in the United States.
In 1980, APSC launched the Holiday Pie campaign in the Bay Area as a fundraiser for the African National Prison Organization. The pie campaign is now under the party institution of Uhuru Foods and Pies. In 1989, APSC opened the first Uhuru furniture store on Grand Ave in Oakland, where it still exists today as a project of the African People's Education and Defense Fund. During these years, with the party's national office based in Oakland, the party purchased the Uhuru House at 7911 MacArthur Boulevard, opened the Spear Graphics typesetting business, and launched the Uhuru Bakery Cafe on Telegraph Ave. Building dual and contending political and economic power in the hands of the African working class has always been fundamental to the work of the party, distinguishing it from other organizations. In 1987, Huey Newton spoke at the Oakland Uhuru House with Chairman Omali Yeshitela. This is when Newton famously passed the torch, stating that we might not have the Black Panther Party, but we have the Uhuru House.
Have the Black Panther newspaper, but he has a burning spirit.
In 1987, the party sent organizers to Philadelphia with the slogan, "Reinforcements are on the way," following the brutal government bombing of the moved house which murdered 11 African children, women, and men in 1985. When Huey Newton was assassinated on the streets of Oakland in 1989, the party jumped into action, galvanizing the African masses with daily demonstrations upholding Newton's revolutionary stature. The party served as the color guard at his wake and led thousands on the funeral march, neutralizing bourgeois media attacks and demanding black power to the African community.
Angry protesters blamed the FBI for Newton's murder.
In 1991, the party founded the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, now known as the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, in Chicago, based on the party's years of work on the streets of Oakland. In Philadelphia, the party built Impedum, which took on a fierce fight back against relentless colonial police terror against the African community and opened an Uhuru House in West Philadelphia. In 1994, the party opened Uhuru Furniture and Collectibles in Philadelphia, which thrives today as a popular APEDF institution and party hub under the leadership of Deputy Chair Ona Zane.
In 1996, the chairman gave direction to the massive uprisings and struggle of the African working class after 18-year-old Tyron Lewis was murdered by the police 3 blocks from the St. Petersburg Uhuru House. The rebellions and the chairman gained worldwide coverage as the party led the demand for economic development, not police containment.
They intended to kill us that night.
The party forced the U.S. Human Rights Commission to come to the city and won the appointment of the first African police chief who declared that the Uhuru House should be treated as an embassy in the African community. In 2001, Chairman Amalia Shatella ran for mayor of St. Petersburg, winning all African and mixed precincts. In 2002, Chairman Amalia Shatella gave the keynote presentation at the 8th Congress of the Pan-Africanist Congress of Azania in Umtata, South Africa, to massive enthusiasm of the delegates. In 2004, the African Socialist International was formally founded in London. 2 years later, the chairman had a successful speaking tour of Southern Africa, meeting with Sam Nujoma in Namibia and others.
In 2007, the African People's Socialist Party founded the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, APDEP, with the mission to collectivize the skills that African people have around the world in order to build concrete community-based development projects in areas of agriculture, education, and healthcare. In 2008, the chairman founded the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations and held his first march on the White House, occupied by the newly selected neo-colonialist Barack Hussein Obama. The University of South Florida created a special edition library of the chairman's works in 2010. This was also the year of the party's 5th Congress, and Ona Zane Yeshatela was named party deputy chair, responsible, among other things, for all the party's economic work. Building the party and the African Socialist International around the world, Chairman Omali toured extensively throughout the United States, Europe, Africa, Russia, and the Caribbean.
In 2014, Chairman Amalia Shatella went to Ferguson, Missouri in the midst of the massive African working class-led uprisings following the police murder of Mike Brown. The chairman recruited and built the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, which is now headquartered in St. Louis. In 2015, the party founded the African National Women's Organization to bring African women into political life, to build our leadership and empower us economically, socially, and politically. In 2017, Deputy Chair Ona Zane was sent by the party to St. Louis, where she began the process of purchasing dilapidated buildings, launching the Black Power Blueprint, now known throughout the world for its programs of Black working class political and economic power. The Black Power Blueprint has transformed North St. Louis and beautified it as a fight back to white gentrification by creating an anti-colonial African economy. The projects include the Uhuru House, the Gary Brooks Community Garden, the 25-foot African flag flying from a 50-foot flagpole, the community basketball court, a planned retail space, the African Women's Center, the fourplex housing unit for the African independence workforce, the Jico Cafe and Kitchen, and the One Africa, One Nation Farmers Market.
In St. Petersburg and St. Louis, the party has run several candidates for local office on the platform of reparations to the African community. In 2019, Chairman O'Malley was invited to a debate by the Oxford Union in England, the first African revolutionary to be invited since Malcolm in 1964. The chairman received a standing ovation and was unanimously voted the winner of the debate.
But it's going to take revolution in order to do this. African revolution in order to do this. African revolution that will destroy imperialism and the world economy that's responsible for the growing immiseration of the masses of people around the world. Uhuru.
The chairman's leadership, books, presentations, and weekly Sunday political education series, O'Malley Taught Me, have profoundly influenced this current period when the burning question of colonialism, reparations, and Black power are indeed household concepts.
Currently, the party is celebrating our 50th anniversary. We are building for our 8th Congress to be held in occupied Azania in 2023. Leader of the African nation, Chairman O'Malley, has built a worldwide movement with organization on the ground throughout the US and in Africa, Europe, and the Caribbean. Because of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the African working class and oppressed peoples everywhere have a future of liberation, self-determination, and socialism under the leadership of the African working class. Thanks to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, African workers and the peoples of the world now have the leadership and the tools to defeat U.S. imperialism and usher in a period where anti-colonial struggle is again the main trend in the world. Izweletu y Africa.
Uhuru, Uhuru, Uhuru. My goodness, such a powerful, powerful expose of our leadership, of my leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. This is the kind of leadership that I really appreciate, with the chairman. Anytime somebody asks me, what does a revolution look like? I'm gonna carry this video with me and say, this is what it looks like. It's African leadership, 50 years of relentless African revolutionary leadership. I just want to call on everyone to stand and applaud the chairman. Well, some of you are on Zoom, so some of you may not need to stand, but I want everybody to applaud. Uhuru. Wow, wow. I really want to celebrate, this incredible stance and contributions to the liberation of African and all oppressed peoples that the chairman has given us in the party and all that he has built. I just appreciate this video because it really brings back some really important aspects to what it is we're doing today. I think back to Measure O in Oakland, where you talking about on the ground work that we're doing right now. That is the underground work that I came into, going out, taking leaflets on the ground, getting 100,000 pieces of literature out, getting a quarter of the population to vote for land reform there in Oakland, California, or should I say here in Oakland, California. The Desi Woods worldwide movement to free her from colonial violence. It is just so much, the books that he has written. I was really moved by the presentation with the PAC in Azania. It was 2,000 comrades there in South Africa, occupied Azania. And of course, the brilliant work to build the ASI. The chairman stated in Oakland in 1981 at the first Congress that they were going to build the ASI, and the ASI was built. So we salute the work of the African People's Socialist Party. We salute the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And I just really want to appreciate all the work that we do, because this plenary that we're in right now is the springboard for our first International Party Congress that's going to be happening in occupied Azania in October of 2023. So we really want to lead forward with that, and we really want to move forward with this work. I want to make my pledge, and I am sick and tired of being sick and tired, so that should let you know what it is that I want to donate. I want to do the Fannie Lou Hamer level, and I just want to say how you can give, which is very important, because I want you to make a commitment as well. You can make your pledge at apspohuru.org. Pledge. We'll announce your first name and the city of your pledge, and your city with your pledge, unless you don't want us to know and you want to remain anonymous, which you have that right to do. You can pay with a credit card. You can set up reoccurring donations to start any day of the month. Give us your message of support or tribute. Tell us why you're donating to the revolution. And you can also make checks payable to Black Star Industries. You can mail to Black Star Industries, care of Uhuru House, 1245 18th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705. If you have any problems or questions, you can call us at 727-914-3609, and you can email donate@apspohuru.org. We will help you make your pledge to the African Revolution. Wow, this is so powerful. Zanzile, have you been paying attention to what's going on here, comrade?
Man, I don't know how, I'm so excited, because when you look at that video, it's like, I ain't supposed to use them words. It's like, dang, so much has happened in 50 relentless years. Like, how you can't even sum all of that up, and you just get so overwhelmed. And yes, I have been listening. And so I first want to make my pledge. Well, we talking about pledges, right? Like donate, right? That's what we talking about.
That's right.
I'm donating $100. Can I donate $100 right now?
Go on and donate your $100, girl.
I got it right here.
Ooh.
I was counting it. While I was sitting here trying to figure out how we're gonna, get through this revolution and make it happen. He said only revolution is going to make this happen. They kept calling him radical in the video, and I kept saying relentless is what they should have been saying. They would say radical. He is relentless. So yes, I want to make a pledge of $100, and get that on out the way. I really, really want to just again appreciate that awesome video of Chairman and how he has fought for this movement and everything. And since we're talking about fighting, I don't know, Chairman inspired me to write a song. I think it was 3 years ago. And just coming home from work one day, I was reading his book, Vanguard. And I was like, I'm the Vanguard, I'm gonna write a song about being a Vanguard. But as I began to write it, I began to think about the things that the chairman said on how we were being used and everything that we did. We didn't get credit for it. It was the sweat of our backs, and how it was up to us, the Vanguard Party, to change that dynamic, to change that whole path. So I wrote a song called Vanguard. And if you are at home on Zoom, not on the panel, I don't want everybody, hear everybody, but sing along. As part of says, step up. I want you to step up, because stepping up is the only way that we're going to solve the contradictions of this harsh colonial system that we live in. You got to step up. So, hey, do you, AV?
Vanguard. I am the strong man, I am the woman, I am the children. I am identity, African blood in me, foundation of all things. Yes, they lie to me, use the sweat off me, this cannot happen. I want it all back, taking it all back, the power inside of me. So step up, 'cause I am the vanguard, I am the warrior. I am the front line. Step up. Cause I am the power, I am the knowledge from beginning to end of time. Step up, I am my birthright, Africa, truth and life fulfills me of all right. Step up, the power will stand free against all our enemies. I am the vanguard. I am the mother, sister or brother, father or friend you see. Genocide kills us, gentry it wills us, splitting our families. But that was the plan to conquer our land and spread us among the seas. But we are comrades and we are cadres, changing this path you see. So step up, cause I am the vanguard, I am the warrior, I am the front line. So step up, I am the power, I am the knowledge from beginning to end of time. So step up, I am my birthright, Africa, truth and life fulfills me of all rights. So step up, let power we stand free against all our enemies. I am the vanguard, I am the vanguard, I am the vanguard. We are the vanguard, we are the vanguard. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru, I am the vanguard.
Yes,
if you're
you
the
are.
vanguard, say you're the vanguard. We're the ones that make
Vanguard.
this happen.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, so step up. That's why we said step up. I'm gonna step up my pledge. It was 100, now it's 150. So we're gonna pledge $150. I'm gonna kick that off. I just really want to say how inspired I am, and people should definitely go to the website, make your donations, and sustain pledges now. Where do we go? Wait a minute. Tell me again, Bakri, help me out. Where we go to make pledges?
Oh, well, of course, you go to make checks payable to Black Star Industries. If you want to, you can just go to apspuhuru.org/pledge. And like we said before, we'll announce your first name, the city with your pledge, unless you don't want us to know. You can pay with a credit card. You can set up reoccurring donations. You know, you can put in a message of support.
Make it happen.
So yeah, that's what it is, girl.
Step up. That's why we wrote that song. I ain't write it by myself. That's African internationalism. But I'm gonna get off of that. So I really want to right now open it up and keep going. I am calling on solidarity to join the pledge, join this drive and win reparations. African People Solidarity Committee Chairwoman Penny Hess and APSC Office of Reparations and Economic Development Director Kitty. Hey! Okay, y'all know I get excited. I got excited. I was a little dizzy earlier. Now I ain't dizzy no more. Let's get it.
Uhuru! Thank you so much, Danile and Western Rep Bakri Olatunji. It is such an honor to be here. Wow, I am so emotional. This has been so moving and so powerful. Everything about this day and yesterday. I want to start by saluting the incredible African People's Socialist Party. 50 years, relentless. I want to join in saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela, our leadership, brilliant, incredible, the revolutionary leader of this time. A revolutionary for all people, for us to emulate, to work, to strive that imperialism must go. The chairman gave us the science to understand the world as it really is. I want to join in saluting Deputy Chair Ona Zinaya-Shatella, who so brilliantly puts the vision of dual and contending power on the ground and makes it real. Like the chairman said in this political report earlier, the power to negate this colonial capitalist economy that oppresses and exploits and rips off from African people every day. I want to salute all the party members. It is an incredible honor to be under the leadership of the African working class, the African revolution, the vision of the world that we must be part of. And I want to just say very briefly to other white people on that giving and donating today, contributing today to this institution of dual power is not charity. It is not about us feeling good. It is about the seizure of power, the return of what has been stolen from African people, which can't even be calculated. And what the chairman has given us the understanding of colonialism is the mode of production. And for white people, we have to understand that means everything that we think about ourselves, that we see, that our aspirations, what we think is good and evil and beautiful and not, and something to be emulated is based on the most hideous violence of 600 years towards African people, the theft of African human beings, turning African people into commodities for sale, for our benefit, stealing labor, stealing the genius, stealing the talents of African people, and saying that they're ours, and creating a colonial narrative that puts ourselves in the center. Those days are over. And when we contribute the resources, this is turning back the resources into the hands of the African revolution, the true redistribution of the wealth of the world today. And I'm very honored to be that. I want to say that I recognize that from the white community, because we are the colonizers, that we have social wealth. And that, my mother recently passed away, and she had taught me some important things during the 50s and 60s, during the time of the movement of African people in this country. She was not an activist, but she pointed out things to me in my younger days that forever affected me and made me, understand and just, hold up the struggle and the leadership of African people and the African working class. And because of social wealth that I attained from my parents as colonizers, I will want to become a Patrice Lumumba level. I want to give $10,000 to the Uhuru Kitty.
Uhuru. Wow, thank you so much for that powerful stance and statement, Chairwoman Penny, who has, been the leadership of the African People's Solidarity Committee that I'm a member of. I also want to salute Western Regional Rep Bakriela Tunji leading this workshop. I can attest of the courage of Bakriela Tunji, having lived in Oakland for 20 years. I also want to salute Zanlile, our new courageous leader of the NTU volunteer program that she is building right here in St. Louis under Deputy Chair as we speak. But I must open up by really saluting Chairman Omali Yeshitela. The video could, as Zanlile said, it's a glimpse. It's only a glimpse, but Chairman Omali Yeshitela, yes, Chairman, the party and different people, as you said in the last workshop, forged everything, but you need a leader. And you have been the leader through all of the years with the fierce, vicious counterinsurgency coming down on the party and the African working class every day, and have led these campaigns. And yes, these are campaigns that forge solidarity. And that's what I do want to say to other white people listening. We didn't pop out of somewhere. We're just like you. We're just like every other white person in America. And you come around the African People's Socialist Party and you hear African internationalism and you join and participate in these campaigns, and you're able to see the world through the eyes of the African working class, whose stories are never the subjects of history, as Chairman sums up. They're always objects of history. And I just want to I came in during the campaign to free Desi Woods, smash colonial violence, the first thing that challenged all the white people. And then we had to raise money for the African National Prison Organization. Was told, go to your community. I had to go to my community, raising reparations, everything, solidarity, the Bobby Hutton Freedom Clinic, the foster care program, the Huey Newton, raising up Huey of the African Revolution, the March Against Genocides, institutionalizing reparations, forwarding institutions of the party. Wherever we're needed, we go, whenever we're called on to go. And, you know, it's been like really profound. And then of course the chairman with the tribunal, that put reparations on the map and gave Solidarity its assignments. And I just want to express, you know, great revolutionary love for the chairman, our chairman, my leader. And I want to salute Deputy Chair Onizane Shatella, who has been, as the chairman said, she has assumed the responsibility of building the whole liberated economic economy of the African nation, that courageous, profound. Look where we'd be if there wasn't colonialism and we had been led by African working class all these years. And the future that the chairman gives in a vision and that deputy chair implements on the ground is the future I want, and I want for my children. And I know that alienated white people all over this world want, and we've got to get that out. And so, I don't know, I say, chairman said white power is the enemy. When he went into the colonial mode of production, that little theoretical thing just blew my mind. I'm sure it blew everybody's mind, but I just feel like reparations breaks that chain of the colonial mode of production. Every cent that we give is a blow to the colonial mode of production and puts those resources, as Chairwoman Penny said, stolen from Africa, you know, as the party says, and gives it back. You know, it supports the party's struggle for African self-determination and economic self-reliance. If they had access to their own minerals and resources of Africa, we would have never had to do that first bake sale that we did many years ago. It's a whole different ballgame. Well, we got the wealth, the social wealth, you know, we got it. We got to give it over and smash a blow. This is the real class struggle for white people in solidarity under the leadership of the African working class. And I want to be able to donate $2,000 this year, which is what level am I? I forget. Harriet Tubman. Uhuru. Honored. Thank you.
Uhuru, thank you, Comrade Penny and Comrade, oh my goodness, Kitty, of course. I just really, really appreciate those great, fantastic contributions. And to me, that the resources pale to the work that both of you have done over the years, you know, just in Oakland and wherever you've been. You've made the call for reparations and you've won other North Americans to this. So I really thank both of you for the contributions. And I just think it's time to open it up for everyone to make their pledge to build a future where African and all oppressed peoples will be free and self-governing. You know, you can contribute to the foundation of a liberated, anti-colonial African economy by donating today. We need to concentrate economic power in our own hands. We want you to read the message of support. Let us know why you're contributing and when you can make your pledge. And again, you know, we just want to win you to that. What we're going to be doing is giving a running total, reading the people's names who don't want to be anonymous, saying where you're from. And if you write a pledge or a note as to why, I'll be stating that. So we want to, again, our goal is $150,000, which is nothing compared to what has been stolen from Africans over the last 7 years. It was in 1982 at the tribunal where we talked about capitalism owing us $4.1 trillion. So we know this is the correct path to go. So I know we can raise a measly $150,000 on today, comrades. Let's do it.
Let's get it. You know, make your pledge at apspahuru.org/pledge. Again, that's apspahuru.org/pledge. Let's get it.
All right. And I know that we said 150 to start with. I just want to say, as of right now, we have donated $23,199. And that is just a start. So let's get it going, as they say. All right. So what we want to do now, I want to acknowledge people. I want to acknowledge Renee, who's donated from Philadelphia, and her statement, and she donated $504. Uhuru, Renee.
Go ahead, Renee. Now that's Vanguard up.
That's right. She's vanguarding up, and her statement is, Uhuru, salute this incredible plenary and leadership of the chairman and of the APSP. It is an honor to participate in the revolutionary struggle for Black power and worldwide liberation. Uhuru, thank you, Renee. All right.
Renee. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And we have somebody who is donating from St. Louis. It goes by the name of Hallie. Uhuru, Hallie, how you doing?
Hallie.
All right, Hallie has donated $50, and she says, Uhuru, salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. Reparations now. Uhuru.
Yes.
Right.
Thank you, Hallie, for making this happen. Thank you.
Right on, Hallie. And we have Amanda. I know you know where Amanda's at, don't you, Zanzile?
St. Louis, Missouri.
All right, St. Louis, Missouri. That's what we're talking about.
Hey.
In the house. Amanda donated $500.
Hey.
Uhuru.
Thank you, Amanda.
All right.
Uhuru.
All right. And we also have Leah. And Leah donated $500. Thank you so much, Leah. Uhuru. All right.
That going up.
All right. Well, the next person is someone who's from the West Side, Oakland, California, in the house here. And we want to acknowledge Kara, $1,200.
Oh, Kara! Representing
Right
for
on.
the Vanguard.
Uhuru.
Yes.
All righty. And then we have Ali.
Uhuru, Ali.
All right, $365. That's like $1 for every day of the year. $365. All righty.
Come on, y'all.
All righty, let's keep this thing rolling here. And I'm gonna have to constantly refresh this document I got. So, and when it gets to that bottom, I'm gonna hit that refresh button, and I want to see a whole nother list of names down there. If you want to make your name down there, add some more money to it, let's do it. If you want to call your cousins, your friends, your relatives up, tell them to jump on board and send you the money, then you can do it for them too. Let's keep this thing rolling. I also want to, oh my goodness, who do we got? Lisa and Dan from Minneapolis, United States. $5,000. Uhuru. All righty. And
they gonna make me sing Vanguard again.
That's right. What'd you just say? You said Vanguard?
They gonna make me sing it again.
Okay, right on. Step up.
You can't just say step up. It's a whole, I am the vacuum. Step up. You know.
Right on.
Okay.
Okay, so anyway, we have Lisa and Dan, and I want to read their statement. It says, saluting the African People's Socialist Party 2022 plenary and the 50th anniversary of this relentless party. Profound appreciation to the party for giving us in the white community the opportunity to participate in changing the world under your leadership by paying reparations and winning more in our communities to do the same. We do not want to live at the expense of African people. Unity through
reparations. Oh, I got goosebumps, Bakari.
All right, Lisa and Dan. Uhuru. All right, we're gonna bring this thing back to the West Side. We have from Comrade Spring Valley, our host today, Mweze Odom. Uhuru. And her statement is, I didn't know this brother Mustafa Musa Abantu was 19 years old. I pledge at this level because it represents how important it is for our African youth, our future to lead. Uhuru, great statement.
Uhuru.
Right, thank you.
I used to sing with Musa. In choir, in our whole choir. Yeah, he was a dope brother. Uhuru.
Okay, we got this Midwest, West Coast thing going on. We're gonna flip it back to the Midwest. So we have $1,300 from St. Louis from Jesse. Uhuru.
Chair Jesse, USM chair.
Hey, Uhuru, Jesse.
Okay, y'all gonna have a lot of people singing the Step Up song today.
I know, man. Yeah, man. Me and Jesse go back and forth. Yeah, Uhuru.
All righty.
Vanguard.
Okay, well, we're bringing it back to the West Side. It's a little ping pong game going on.
West Side?
All righty, we have Wendy from San Diego, $700. Uhuru.
Oh my gosh. Uhuru.
All right, Comrade Wendy. And her statement is, can I get a drum roll? All right, that works for me.
Okay.
Uhuru, salute to the African People's Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Solidarity with the African Revolution. Uhuru, thank you, Wendy.
Uhuru, yeah. Get warm in here. Let me take this off.
Okay. Well, we back on the west side. We're gonna keep it here for a minute. We have Comrade Denzel, $60. All right, Denzel.
Uhuru, Denzel, yes.
Uhuru. That's right. This comrade is out on these sides of the walls, on the right side of the question, making it happen. Thank you,
Step on the right side of the question, make your donate. Where can they donate again? Should we like show them where we can donate again? APSP? No.
Yeah, they can put it back up on the screen, but they
I just don't want everyone to know where you can donate to and how you can be a part of this great revolution to colonialism, just
right on. Well, we can make your pledge at apsp.uhuru.org/pledge. As we've been doing, we'll announce your first name and the city if you want us to do that. If you want to remain anonymous, you can just leave it blank. You can pay with a credit card. You can set up reoccurring donations to start any day of the month. You can give us your message of support or tell us why you're donating to express your love for the revolution. And, you can make checks payable to Black Star Industries, mailed to Black Star Industries, care of Uhuru House, 1245 18th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705. Any problems or questions, call us at 727-914-3609. You can email donate@apspuhuru.org. We'll help you make that pledge to the African Revolution. Uhuru.
Man, thank you everyone who is donating. Thank you, Uhuru.
All righty. Well, let me get back and see where we are with this running total here. Refresh. We are at $37,914, comrades.
30. Whoa.
$37,914. All right. That's a drop in the hat. We're going to keep this train on the track and keep going down. What was the last name I went off to? Was it Comrade Denzel?
It was from the west side, right? He was from
the west side. So that means we got to go back to where?
West side, St. Louis.
To Midwest, St. Louis.
St. Louis.
Yeah, you knew that was coming.
Show me state. Show me the.
Okay, so we have Jackson, St. Louis, Missouri. Uhuru saluting the APSP is her statement, and she is donating $25. Uhuru.
Jackson.
All right, Jackson, let's do this. And we have a little aberrancy here. We have somebody from the East Coast. Oh my goodness. They just ruining our roll from the Midwest and the West.
We just gonna have to keep it.
We can open it up. We'll open it up. We'll let them bring it on in. So we got Ralph from Brooklyn, New York, $240. Uhuru, Ralph.
Ralph from Brooklyn. Thank you, Ralph from Brooklyn. Uhuru.
And Ralph says, congratulations, Uhuru.
Uhuru.
All righty.
Yeah.
And I think I'm gonna have to bring it back to the West Coast, even though they don't say where they're from, but we know Pete, $300. Uhuru, Pete.
Thank you, Pete.
All right.
Pete.
All righty.
Yeah.
And we have next is Sandy, $600 out here on the West Side. Uhuru.
Hey, the West Side rocking, ain't they? Uhuru.
Hey, we built that mountain out here.
Did you say yay? Like yay, yay? Did you just
say yay? The yay area.
Uhuru.
Yeah, it's real. We got like Oprah, $400 from Gloucester. Is that back on the East Coast?
Is that the East Coast?
Is that Gloucester? Is that Boston area?
Yeah.
Is that right? Because I don't know where Gloucester's at. I just heard of it. But anyway, all right, got Oprah. Oprah, $400. Did I say 6? I meant to say 4. Oprah, $400.
Oprah, Midwest region.
All righty, Midwest. All right.
Midwest.
Yes, indeed. And I got somebody who has anonymous here, and they're from West Orange, and there's $25, and their statement says, the Uhuru movement literally feeds me and is true nourishment for the soul. It is my GPS system to African liberation. What a profound statement.
Thank you, Uhuru. I hope you're
Right,
listening.
thank you,
We
Anonymous.
appreciate you. Yes.
Wow, that is so fantastic.
Yes, it is.
All right, we're gonna keep it in the Midwest, y'all. We got KC, St. Louis, and she gives $150.
All
Oh, right on,
And her
KC.
statement is, I'm giving $30 today and will continue my DC owner Zanae Yeshatella level pledge. Salute to the historic APSP plenary, the leadership of the chairman Omali Yeshatella for 50 relentless years. Reparations to African people. The road to socialism is painted black. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Right on. Okay.
Man.
I really want to put this one out here. We have a $3,000 donation.
Oh.
They didn't put where they from, but I think when I pull the name out there, I think most people will know where it's coming from. But it's Allie, $3,000.
Hey, Uhuru, Allie. Uhuru. Man.
All righty. And I hope my glasses are on straight. This is somebody who wants to remain anonymous. $120 from the Midwest, from Wichita. Thank you so much, Anonymous. 120, Wichita area, Uhuru.
Uhuru.
All right. Our next one, my man, Philadelphia in the house. Alfred, $120.
Oh,
Uhuru.
go ahead. Uhuru.
All righty. And I'm gonna go on back up top and refreshing before I come back to this next person here. So let me go and refresh. It's like sticking my hand back into that. You know, when you're doing them raffles, you stick your hand back in the raffle. Let me go back.
Dig deep now.
Hey, I'm digging deep.
Dig deep.
Yep. I just push a button this time, but I'm digging deep. All right. Just want to let you know we are at $41,889.
Come on now.
So that's 1/3 of the way there, y'all. 1/3 of the way. We can do this.
We can do it.
Do
We're
this.
gonna do it. We're relentless.
Whatever the African People Socialist Party says it's gonna do, it does it. And as our DC always says, we doing the damn thing.
Yes, we relentless. I like that's the word for 2022. Relentless in everything that we do.
That's right. So what was the last one I said? I think
it was 3,000, right?
I said it was Alfred, right?
Alfred.
So we're gonna step up the game here. East Coast is representing $10,000 from Adrian.
All right.
All the way from
Come on, y'all. We just got a little ways to go. Just
all right.
Come on.
All right, Adrian, represent Uhuru.
I got this, Uhuru.
All righty. So the next one we have is Alfredo from San Diego. In memoriam to Chairman Neto from Aztlan, $350. Uhuru.
Oh my God! I love the African People's Socialist Party. I'm so emotional right now.
All right,
we about to fight, kick colonialism.
That's right. We're gonna do this. This is real. So we have from Spring Valley, California. We have Odom, $500.
Go ahead, Odom.
All righty.
Go ahead, Uhuru. Yes.
All righty, and the next one coming up is Saeed from Winter Springs, $3,125.
Oh my God.
All righty.
Oh my goodness.
And the statement is, I believe in investing in African liberation.
Hey!
You know, some people call that having skin in the game. You have a stake in it. I like that. All righty, let me reach in the well here.
Go ahead, dig deep.
Okay, dig deep. So we are now at $41,889.
Right.
Is that
there?
And we're gonna keep on going because you know the thing that I appreciate about this whole plenary is the fact that it is in real time. It's not where we're looking at a movie. It's not like we're just at some what do you call these coffee shops just talking about it. We are out doing it. I remember when I first came in contact with the Uhuru movement, it was actually in Oakland, California, in front of Merritt Bakery one day. I saw somebody white with a old ironing board, literally an ironing board, giving out literature. That was long before I joined the movement, but that's when I saw the first contact with the African People's Socialist Party, doing outreach out on the ground. So, you know, the thing is, the work we do is real, it's accountable. And these resources go to building actual work, making actual transformation in the African world. So we want people to continually give. Like I said, if you're giving, give more. You know, if you giving and don't want your name called again, do it anonymous. Click that anonymous button. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
it's real.
Go ahead and give. You know, I just like Bakri has his first moment. My first real moment was watching that African flag go up in St. Louis, Missouri. I've never in my life seen anything like that. Definitely not down the street from my house. Seeing that in the African community was like so profound, and saying that we did that, you know, this movement made that happen. And so many other things have happened that I've witnessed just being a part of this. I love my peoples. I love y'all, all y'all. Let's fight for this. Let's keep it rolling.
Yes, and I just really want to call on the North Americans, the white people, to come on and turn over the resources. This is an investment in our future. We are here. If you are here today, it is because you despise the system, because we do not want to be the colonizers. We do not want to be carrying out the will of this vicious colonial mode of production that is just about building something for us. This is about turning over stolen resources. When, you know, they talk about redistribution of the wealth of the world, this is what this is, and into the hands of the true working class. Because Chairman O'Malley solved all these problems. He showed us that the working class is not white people. All white people sit on this pedestal, but that the working class is the African working class and colonized workers around the world. And I just, you know, we have social wealth. We have an incredible amount of stability under this system, which isn't stable at all, but just, you know, just taking for granted the resources that we have to turn them over to the African Revolution, and to see just the way Chairman O'Malley Shatella described, in a way the actual Black Power blueprint carries out this, what it means, what the world will look like with the leadership of the African working class. The chairman laid out that yesterday, and it was beautiful. That's the world that we have to live in. And so come on to white people, turn over the resources. Go to
APSP-Uhuru.org/pledge. You can also donate you can email donate@APSP-Uhuru.org. Am I missing something, Bakri? You're good at this. Okay.
You got it.
We got it. Okay. Let's see. What we got? What we got,
Penny? And what Penny just had to say reminded me of what's that man name that used to rob them banks, Willie Sutton? And the United States government snatched him up and threw him in prison, and they put him in front of a judge, and the judge said to him, he said, "Willie Sutton." He said, "What?" He said, "Why you robbing the banks?" He said, "That's where the money is." You know, so we know that's what Europe did to Africa. They went where the resources was. So what we're talking about is taking back the stolen resources. You know what I'm saying? So we want to build our own economy. We want to be self-sustaining. This is an anti-colonial project. So we want people to dig deep.
And we will get dual and contending power. That's what the Black Power Blueprint do. We want dual, not just power, we want dual and contending. That means it's going to keep going. It's not going to stop. Uhuru.
Right on, Uhuru. So we are materialists. So I just want to say right now, our level is, our money that we've taken in is $69,184.
Wait. Oh my goodness. I'm excited. Okay. Do that mean I get to, you know, we have,
well, you're gonna have to. We're about halfway there. We're actually,
we halfway there.
Hey, look, I gotta constantly hit that refresh button, because just from a minute ago, it's up to $72,039.
You better make that refresh button like you're doing telegrams to keep it pushing.
Right. I'm gonna have to keep pushing. I'm gonna have a cramp in my finger in a minute.
Go ahead.
So you know what? I think we have to bring somebody in. I'm gonna name a few more names. I got a few more names to bring.
You got a few more names?
Yeah, let me say the next 4 people, and then we're gonna
Okay.
bring somebody very special.
I'm
into this
excited to
thing
do
here.
that.
So
Oh, I'm excited.
I want to put it back in the Midwest here. We have $120 from 4 Feet. Uhuru.
Hey.
And with that, keeping it in the Midwest, y'all, we have Raya. Uhuru.
Go, Raya.
$120. Chicago in the house.
Yeah.
Chi-town.
I just gotta give a shout out to Raya. I know this ain't the time, but Uhuru, Raya.
Yeah.
Raya.
I'm gonna tell you, Raya is, I must say, is one of my favorite people in the world. I worked with Raya when I first came to the party with the Bobby Hutton African People's Freedom Clinic, and her and Gaida were the great leadership for me coming into this work. So I just really want to really uphold Raya and her continual stance and appreciate that, comrade. All right, now we have from St. Petersburg down in the FL, we have Janice. And y'all gonna have to hold tight, you see, but listen to the amount here. We have $26,800. Go, Janice.
That's why we the baddest nonprofit. Go, Janice. Okay, that was a lot.
You know, and this reminds me a lot of, and of course, 100 years ago when Garvey was raising the resources for Black Star Industries, they didn't have benefit of computers and electric buttons and stuff, but what they had was the grit and the will to go to the working class, to go to the people, to say we're building self-determination for
get on them
people.
grounds.
And that's what we're doing right here, right now, today. So Deidre from San Francisco, $255. Thank you so much, comrade. I appreciate you.
That's powerful, comrade. Deidre.
Yes, 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 Deidre. And I am glad that you are here tuned in on today and giving today. Thank you. Again, we have in Oaktown, back on the west side, we have Wendy, $255.
Go, Wendy.
Oh, thank you, Wendy.
Wow. Wonderful.
And Wendy's statement is, congratulations to the party for their brilliant, and the rest of it's kind of blocked off, but thank you so much, Wendy. Uhuru.
Thank you, Wendy.
Right, and then we have Angelica, $2,000.
Angelica.
All right, Angelica, $2,000. Uhuru.
Money, 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 money.
Oh man, I should have got.
Can I say that?
Go ahead, because I got to find some Kleenex while you're doing that for the next
I
one.
just really want to thank our donors. Like, y'all so dope. But we got to keep this pushing, because remember the words, dual and contending power and relentless. So we must relentlessly keep this going. We must relentlessly remember that the African working class and the African people have got to build. And there are so many stolen resources that must be returned to the African community. We must make this work happen. This is not just something that we do. We don't wake up in the morning and say, hey, we're going to go out here and just do this because we like wearing berets. No, we are fighting for this. We are fighting to keep this going. Uhuru?
Uhuru, I like that.
Wait, so do I get, do we get to, is this my time for us to
It's
get
your
our,
time. I was getting
I
ready.
get to get my guest on here?
It's your time, girl.
Okay, so this person I'm bringing, coming to the stage, she dope, bad as you know what. She is one of the most, I don't know even how to put it, her stance with the African community and fighting for power and achieving economic commerce for our community is so profound. She birthed the Black Power Blueprint right here in St. Louis, Missouri, 2017. I'm talking, she ain't just come. She came and walked through an empty building and said, we're gonna make this happen. We are going to develop in this community because we cannot accept these terms and conditions that they are putting my people through. Can I just get a big uhuru? And I want to salute my leadership, Deputy Chair, Owner Janae Yeshatella.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. And look who right beside me. Hey, look who right here. So we got 2 special guests on today, guys.
And my chairman, he dope as hell, he relentless, and everybody be saying he radical, and that's the truth, because he ain't gonna let the colonialism punk us. Uhuru chairman.
And well, you know what? Better tell him he's spoken for it too.
Damn right. That's his word.
What was that?
That you're spoken for.
Comrade, I bring them on. I just want to say one. I just want to give you the latest count, Deputy Chair. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm really confused.
Are y'all ready for it?
He's still here.
$97,329. Uhuru.
I just want to say I'm really confused because the last count that I had was 37,000, and I don't even know how we got up to 97,000. You know, so I'm here trying to calculate, and I'm like, what is Bakri talking about? Did we miss calling somebody's name?
Do we got some backup counters so we can make sure before we move forward? Because we'll make sure these numbers is right. We African internationalism, everything got to be on point.
That's right. We got science behind this process here, comrade. This is something you put into motion. It just
yes. I'm just like, we're sitting here like, we missing something. We hear these counts, but we're not hearing.
That's because y'all relentless. And when you relentless, you know it's happening. You just be like, dang, I didn't even know it happened that fast.
I'm going back to the names, comrades. We got some names and some money still coming in. So
okay, Uhuru comrades, I just really, really appreciate this process, and I want to salute, you know, the third plenary of the 7-party Congress, you know, and I want to salute Chairman Omali Yeshitela for his relentless 50 years of tireless dedication to Africa and African people and forwarding this revolution until it is won in his lifetime. We're gonna make this shit happen. Can I say shit like? We're gonna make this happen. We're gonna make this happen. And I just want to say that, you know, I know people were talking about, you know, when they came into the party and at what stage they came in. I came in right at the time that the murder of Tyrone Lewis in 1996 happened in St. Petersburg, Florida. And it had been no turning back for me ever since. You know, you hear people say, well, I don't know what I can do or what you can do. You can bring all your skills to the African People's Socialist Party, because I used to say, I don't know what I can bring, but you have something. Everybody has something that they can bring to the table, and we want you to bring it. We want you to join the African People's Socialist Party, the Uhuru movement, and all the 50 economic institutions that we have. You have something to bring to this community, and we want you to bring it. So, Chairman, you wanted to say?
I just unite with everything that you've said, as usual. And I do want to just express a deep and profound appreciation for everybody, for all of the work that the donors are doing, for the work that you comrades are doing on this part of the plenary process, and Vanguard up.
Vanguard up.
So I do want to make a donation before you say anything, if I can, Bakri.
Go right ahead, comrade.
So I want to make a donation of $1,000. And also I want to make a donation in my son. You know, I lost my son a few months ago. I want to make a donation for the Owners and Yeshitela level in his name, and my 4 grandchildren name as well. So that's 4 Owners and Yeshitela plus the 1,000. I don't know what that equals to, but I want to do that.
All right.
I want to add to that. I make $1,000 pledge as well. And I know we're going to lead all the other people moving forward, because there's Akili and other people who've also made contributions, but it's great. It's great work, comrades.
Uhuru. Yeah, and I just want to say that we need to check the chat on Zoom, because people are making comments and making pledges that we have not acknowledged yet. So I really want to make sure that we get their announcements in, you know, and their pledges in as well. And this is just so phenomenal. And I just really want to appreciate Western Region Bakri Olatunji. Bakri, you know, I work with you. You know, we redid the Uhuru House in Oakland, California with Ken Gozi, all the comrades there. We did the furniture store at the same time with Kitty and Stephanie and all the comrades, Janine, all the comrades there. We were doing 2 things at one time. We were renovating the Uhuru House in Oakland, California, and we were renovating the furniture store in Oakland, California. So, and I also want to acknowledge my comrade, Zanzile and Pico, girl. Oh, you're killing it. You're killing it. And it's just so proud of you.
We got work to do.
Yeah, so proud of you. And you know what the chairman is saying, especially in the political report, is tied directly to membership and recruitment. And we know that we have to bring people into this work, because you'll hear our reports from the Office of the Deputy Chair on tomorrow. You will see all the work that we've done in 2021 and what we're going to be doing going forward to the 2023 Congress in occupied Azania, known as South Africa. We're going to be laying it down.
Who going to Africa with us?
And I also want to acknowledge Chairwoman Penny Hess, who's been on the front lines, since 1976. And my comrade, side by side, working with me from day one, ORED Director Kitty Riley, who's been putting it down with the Black Power Blueprint projects and making it happen, making the African 1 Billion Strong Donor Campaign come to life. And you can see this work, you know, in this webinar right now today. So I just want to just thank all of the donors. I mean, Janice, I saw Masamela donate, Mwazi, you know, all the people that have donated before us. We just really, really appreciate. And, you know, you hear all the time, like, okay, well, where did the money go? Well, you will see, you see every day where the money go from the African People's Socialist Party, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, the All People's Empowerment Project, and APDEP, the African National Women's Organization, NPWM. You see exactly where the resources go. We don't play about the resources.
Just walk down the street. just walk down the street, you'll see everything.
We're putting it back into our communities. Like the chairman said today, everything that you see, people run away from the north side. We didn't run away from the north side. We ran to the north side. And you can see all the work that's happening in St. Louis. And we're going to be putting a basketball court down in a few months. So y'all, I'm inviting everybody, come to St. Louis for the spring explosion. And we're going to talk more about that tomorrow in my Office of the Deputy Chair report. And we want everybody to come and participate in helping to build this independent African economy. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you, Deputy Chair. Thank you, Chairman. I want to, before I move on to the next name, where I had to break out my tissue for, I never did get to that, but I want to make a self-criticism to someone from Wichita earlier. They were flagged as an anonymous person, and I did say their name, so I want to extend a serious self-criticism. People who, I want to respect people who want to remain anonymous. So I really wanted to say that, and I will make sure that I will not let that happen for the rest of this process. So I had to circle back to that. But for this next one, I'm gonna read their statement first. I can say that they are a child of St. Petersburg, and their statement is, I'm a child of the Uhuru movement. In every sense, the party has raised me these past 25 years. I'm incredibly grateful for the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela for promising a different future for Africa and African people. The generations to come will not have to inherit the conditions of the slave, but rather the new reality we are creating through the advent of genuine socialism. I am looking forward to crossing the finish line and being a part of ushering it in. Salute Chairman and the incredible Deputy Chair Onazane Yeshitela, our glorious party and its 50 years of relentless leadership toward African redemption. I like the idea of $50 for 50 years, but I think needs another zero added to that. So I'm pledging $500 today. Hey. Director Akile Anai, Uhuru.
Akile. Hey, Uhuru.
Such a profound statement. All we had to do is say a child of St. Petersburg.
That's a profound comrade.
Throw that hint out.
I thought that was a Jeopardy question.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna move down the list and then I'm gonna make the announcement. So right now we have Comrade in St. Louis, Kenge, $100. Uhuru.
Kenge.
Yeah, see, I go back to San Diego with a Kenge from San Diego to St. Pete to Florida. This is the
he got all these stories and stuff.
That's right.
I could say I go back from college to West Florissant,
That's right. That's all right, but you be down in South Africa.
Y'all all right. I'm gonna
next
be
year.
in Azania.
That's right. That's right. So
We'll
I
look at
really want to appreciate that. And next person up is Renee, Philadelphia. She's donating $50. Uhuru, Renee. And she says, in honor of the party's 50th anniversary, I'd like to make an additional pledge of $50 today. Uhuru. Thank you, Renee.
Uhuru.
That means everybody should follow Renee's leadership. Whatever you've given, $50 for the 50 years. Uhuru.
50 years, relentlessly.
All right. Well, we're bringing it back to the West Side. And we have my dear comrade who works in Uhuru Foods and Pies. I'm going to give you her statement. I'm going to give you her name, and then I'll give you her amount in that order. She says, salute to the Relentless Vanguard, APSP, reparations now. Comrade Maureen Uhuru.
Hey!
Uhuru.
And when she says reparations now, she is putting $25,000 right now.
She was serious. Uhuru. She said reparations right now.
Right
not
now,
tomorrow.
not now, but right now.
Now, right now. Unity through
reparations.
Oh, man. Uhuru.
So, next up, we have from Gainesville, back down to the FL, Diane, $120. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Diane.
All right, back to the Midwest. Our very own President Columbi E in the St. Louis area, $120. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
All right,
I just want to say, I want to get those owners and Ishitella levels up. You know, what is that? 120? Is it 120?
Yeah.
Y'all come on through with me now. Come on through with me.
Right on, right on.
I wish Columbi was here so I could tell, so she could tell her story. I love her story on how she met the chairman, since we was talking about stories. You know, she was following him through the Mike Brown march when he was there handling business. I just wish she was here to tell the story, but I won't. I'll leave it at that.
Okay, so I'm gonna run through these names. Where are we at with time right now?
We should be okay.
I haven't seen, well, I'm not looking at the stuff to know what the time is, but anyway, we'll move on.
Going. Yeah, keep it going, Bakri.
Push.
Gotcha. So let's see. After Columbi, we have Comrade Rashada, $1,200. Uhuru, Rashada.
Hey, that's dope. And we good on time. We good on time. Uhuru. Yeah.
Right on. Okay.
Yeah.
Uhuru,
Lisa
Rashada.
Burgess, Lisa Uhuru, 700, 744 for Lisa Uhuru.
Lisa.
My man Joe,
All right.
$360. That's 360 degrees right there. You go, Joe.
Uhuru, Joe.
All righty, Johan, $50. Uhuru, Johan.
Uhuru, Johan.
Johan got swag, y'all.
He got
Uhuru.
swag.
All righty, we have Aisha, $120.
Thank you, Aisha.
Owners and Ishitella level.
Uhuru.
And we know that we heard Deputy Chair make her pledge. Yours came out to $1,480, Deputy Chair. Uhuru. And we know the chairman donated $1,000. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Now, I have a couple of people here. One person's name is Mark. I'm trying to think, do I know any Marks? Oh yeah, Mark out here on the West Side, who's been donating for decades, $25,000.
Uhuru. I want to really appreciate Mark. You know, Mark grew up in the movement. I'm watching some of the years of the 50-year anniversary. There's this kid marching with us, you know, down the street, and some of the, you know, the demonstrations that we were doing that APSC, you know, was mandated to do. It's very good. I mean, I want to say that because this was before Mark, you know, was able to give the kind of resources he's given for reparations. He was there. He was in the mix. He was in the demonstrations. He was in the protests, et cetera. So it's really powerful, and it's just and he came to Oxford, and so you know, and I needed everybody I could to be with me in Oxford. Believe me. And so he was there in Oxford as well, you know, so I just wanted to express appreciation to everybody. And it's really powerful, but I just want to make that comment about Mark because people may have begun to hear his name as one of those consistently paying like reparations, but he was engaged in the reparations work before he got the job or what have you that started to work. That made it possible for him to make these kinds of contributions. So it's not a new thing.
And yeah, he loved the Black Power 96 radio station over the years. He's given resources to that. And one thing I really love about Mark is that he never say the money need to be to do this. He said he gives it to the party to do whatever the party needs to do with those resources. So I just really, really want to salute Mark. And for over, you know, at least 30, 35 years, he's been giving, 40 years he's been giving to the African People's Socialist Party. So ahuru, Mark, thank you.
Uhuru,
man.
Uhuru, thank you.
That's
That
bad
statement
ass
reminds
right
me
there.
of something. We've been looking at a lot of videos, and I don't know if some of y'all caught this video of we were doing a demonstration in front of a gas station, but gas was like 80-something cents a gallon. You know, we're a long way from that. So that talks about, I mean, you look at pictures where people didn't have gray hair and they got nothing but gray hair now, that speaks of the relentlessness of this organization. So that's
If they got hair, you're talking about you, Bakri, but that's another story.
He's bringing up a lot of them stories, ain't he? He got a lot of stories.
Anyway, we talked about, well,
I
we
do
know
wanna
what
say,
Mark
though,
just gave, and I got a replication of Mark's donation from somebody named Ruby, $25,000.
Ruby bad ass.
All righty. And we have followed that. We have Jamal, $50, and Jamal says, "Uhuru." We have Comrade Janine, $240. Uhuru, Janine. All right. Kabula, Chicago. All right, $2,044. Uhuru.
Goodness, I'm so excited.
Right, and we have Christian and Harris. So I'm naming as two people. And if you want to go in with somebody like this, y'all can divvy it up. But Christian and Harris, $3,100. All right. Carmen Joyce. Doesn't say where, but Carmen donated $3,194. Uhuru, thank you, Carmen. All righty. And Michael has a statement. I'm gonna read his statement and then tell you his amount. He says, let's bring it back to the West Side. Here's a little something, something. So I and everyone can see freedom in our lifetime. Uhuru, $30. Go ahead,
Uhuru. We're gonna take it to the West Side for you too.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
All right, so we're taking it back to the East Side. Comrade Mattoon, $400. Uhuru. So I'm going back up to
Mattoon, I'm still waiting for my shirts, man.
We are good.
You about to stick your hand in the pocketbook and see what's going on?
Well, no, I'm gonna give you the total before I go back to the well.
Okay.
I just want to say, comrades, we have exceeded our goal.
Oh.
Sanzile, what was our goal today?
$150,000.
Yeah.
Okay. So we are at $161,561. Uhuru!
So we've exceeded our goal, but we ain't say stop. Okay?
Oh, no.
Never said stop.
Hey, look, ain't nobody put that cane and snatched me off stage. I'm gonna live with this moment. Let's roll with it. So I just really want to appreciate everybody, and I just want the chairman to say a little something about us reaching our goal. Please, comrade.
Yeah, I just think that's extraordinary, and it's a real development in our movement that's been happening over a number of years. This question of resources has been something that's really held the revolutionary movement down, and we've begun to work in a very serious way where we can accomplish resources. I went to California. In fact, I moved our headquarters to California in part to go to a place where we could create a capacity to develop resources for the revolution. That's why I went to California. And I thought it was going to be a short term. We hear the story all the time about Comrade Onizane Teller being sent to St. Louis to be there for a week and ended up being there 2 years. Well, I ended up going to California for the purpose of getting resources. That's what I went there for. And just to start capturing those resources, get them back into the rest of the real world. But I mean, I was so intent on making that my work that I never even learned. I spent 9 years in Oakland before I even learned how to get from one part of the city to the other, because I wasn't going to be there except for a couple of days or a couple of weeks or something like that. And the resources, that's really important. It's been great work. And Bakri, of course, you're a product of that process and helped to develop that process, as well as our, comrades Penny and Kitty at a particular time as well. So Uhuru comrades, great. Let's make these resources that's necessary to make our revolution. And what we do is make us a real self-reliance as a reality. And comment on mentioned earlier ago about how Mark never said the money should go here, the money should go there. The fact of the matter is that nobody can tell us where the money goes. The thing is that they actually have solidarity with the revolution or they don't. And our forces, like Mark, has been someone who has come to understand and trust the African People's Socialist Party based on our history, based on the transparency of our movement, and based on the fact that you can see the evidence of where every resource that we accumulate, where it goes to. So thank you, comrades. Thank you, Comrade Bakri, for this extraordinary job that you're doing from that place. And I'm sure that the way you and Comrade Zanzile are leading this is responsible essentially for getting all these resources up to now. So get some more. Be relentless and step up.
Wait. I want to read Nabinga.
I saw that.
You want to read it, Zanzile?
Is it the one where he's saluting? Nabinga Zimbabwe says, I want to salute the chairman, deputy chair, and the party's leadership. There is no organization more significant. We will be free, and the party and its organizations will be the instruments to achieve that freedom. I got to contribute to that. So I'm going to do the Marcus Garvey level pledge, and I'll do that pledge in the name of my comrade, Wally K. Fing. Long live!
So if anybody's donating,
I just want to say that you should know that Comrade Nyabinga played a big role in the development of our communication capacity. It was Binga who got us first on air, first with Uhuru Radio, online radio station, and just played a major role in pushing us in that direction. In fact, the radio station 96.3 is named for Comrade Nyabinga Zimbabwe. So just one thing.
That's dope. That's why I love our people. We talented on every level. Bring your skills, and if you don't know nothing, come anyway, we'll teach you.
Right on. Thank you, Zanzile. Thank you so much, Chairman and Deputy Chair. I'm gonna move on with some of the donors, and we're gonna take it back to Philadelphia. We have my rep, my comrade Tiffany, $100. Uhuru, Tiffany.
Uhuru.
And I just want to appreciate this comrade so much. And she's been a tremendous resource to me. We talk all the time. And, sometimes you don't realize there's a distance between the East Coast and the West Coast, because we got this thing called a telephone, and you can just jump on there and holler at somebody. So I just really want to shout out to Comrade Tiffany, Uhuru.
Tiffany.
And then we have someone who goes by the name, I guess this is their way of being anonymous without me blowing it. Their name is All Revolutionary Q's. $365. All Revolutionary Q's.
They say don't mess it up.
Hey, look, that's only one out of 90 something. Okay. Thank you, Q's. Revolutionary, Vanguard up. Revolutionary Q's, that's what they say. That's right what all them Q's, all right, I see Leah's name back up here again. Thank you, Leah. Leah's up here second time, I do believe. Leah has, and I'm gonna say what her message is of support, and then I'll say what the money is. I am responding to the challenge from DC Owners NA to increase the DC owner level contributions. I refuse to live my life on the backs of colonized and oppressed peoples. It is with deep appreciation for the party that I make these reparations payments. Uhuru, $120. All righty.
Uhuru, unity through reparations.
Right on.
Yes.
I have my comrades. Yesterday, Kiangozi, Uhuru, $200.
Hey, yesterday. Uhuru, I ain't supposed to say hi.
I'm looking any day now for yesterday to change that. I know the chairman talked about trying to get them to St. Louis, but I'm trying to get these comrades out here on the West Coast. They might like it a little bit more. So and that's a hint to Kiangozi, who might have a little influence on wanting to come back to Oakland. So
stop playing,
I just wanted to say that.
St. Louis is hot this year, honey.
I know that it's popping, but you know, we got to spread the wealth. So anyway, I want to bring up my comrade. We're going to bring it back to the east, to the west side. And we have not only the west side, we have the northwest side. We have Demetria. All righty, Portland. $50. Let me get my glasses.
Thank you, Demetria.
You know, on the west side, we say 50.
50.
That's okay.
That's a West Coast term. That don't sound that West Coast to me. 50.
All right, Uhuru, thank you, Demetria. All righty. And then after that, we have Diop, Uhuru comrade, long time no see. Diop, $10. Uhuru. You know, I got some stories to talk to Diop about, but I'm not going to put that out there. We used to drive down to San Diego recruiting for NPDOM, stopping through LA, signing up people. So I just really want to salute that comrade, Uhuru. And we've already talked about Yabinga, 365. We gave that statement, so that's on there. So I'm going back to the well.
Going back to the well.
And let you know where we're at. So drum roll, please. Okay, $162,186.
Say it with me. The baddest nonprofit on the planet.
That's right.
Not the nonprofit.
Okay, did I say 162,
Okay.
186?
We still the baddest APSC, APSP, African People's Social Party, or the baddest.
Yes,
162?
Yes.
162,000?
162, 186.
162, 186.
Uhuru.
That's beautiful.
That's incredible.
Yes.
There's Timber. Timber, it says pledge $250.
Uhuru.
On Zoom. It's on Zoom.
It's on
I don't know
Zoom.
if y'all looking at Zoom or not, but yeah.
I'm going back and forth. So Timber, yes, thank you, Timber.
Timber is on here now. Timber, $250.
Yesterday says, where do I send the money? If you're trying to donate, go to African People's. Hold on.
So I just want to ask yesterday, because I had you and Kiangozi together before, but I see it separate now. So 100 for Kiangozi, 100 for yesterday.
Oh, okay. So thank you, and how to give, make your pledge at apspahuru.org/pledge. We will announce your name first and city with your name, unless you don't want us to know and you want to remain anonymous. Pay with a credit card. You can set up recurring payments to start any day of the month and give us your message of support of why you're donating. Express your love for what we have for this plenary and for this movement. I really want to appreciate all of you. You know, this is just so real. And I love the messages. The messages are profound, you know, hearing from the people that are making these pledges and these donations. Keep your messages coming. Keep the money coming. Uhuru.
We got another message from King. Yeah, I don't know if y'all can see it. King L.
I don't see it. I'm looking on on the thing, so you guys can relay it on to me.
So King L says, I'm sorry, Deputy Chair, did you want
to? Go ahead, comrade.
Okay, so King L says, Uhuru, I'm tuned in from occupied Nepe territory, aka Delaware County, Pennsylvania. And I want to express my gratitude to the party for the opportunity to live out my dream of being a revolutionary. And I pledge the proceeds of 2 silver coins currently on auction until March the 15th. If the final sale price is less than $100, I will donate $100. Fingers crossed, they will sell for more than $100. Uhuru and Vanguard up, comrades. Uhuru! That's self-determination. Is that self-determination? Uhuru.
Thank you, comrade. Did I recognize Timber? I know that somebody mentioned his name, but Timber donated $250.
Yes.
Uhuru,
Yes,
Timber. Thank you.
Yes, it did.
Comrade
Righty,
Comrade Massimella is informing us of who Q is.
Yes.
He said that we spoke of. We said that is the comrade who shared the video of the chairman that Talib Kweli reposted a few months ago. I guess the video of, I wonder which video that was.
I don't know.
Okay, all right, Uhuru.
All right, so the latest total is $162,536. Uhuru.
We so badass.
Badass working class.
Yes, I'm really excited. I'm just so happy to see everything, these numbers just going up, because that is how we make change in the African community. We can't do this without you and without your proceeds. So I just really want to salute everyone, all of our donors. Y'all dope, you know? I just really want to salute you. I don't got a lot of stories like Bakari. I just got a few walking down the street, but Bakari got stories. 50 years relentless stories.
Well, see what had happened was but there are some stories to tell, and particularly, I think about a lot of the work we did in Oakland and have done in Oakland, and some of my fondest memories are with the Bobby Hutton African People's Freedom Clinic, going into 6-9ville and Acorn Village in Oakland, going to, workers, bringing healthcare workers doing hypertension screening, bringing pharmacists from hospitals to screen people with the medicines they were doing. I mean, it was the party that taught me so much. And I remember the city of Oakland tried to match us. They got this little red, white, and blue van or a mobile clinic. They tried to duplicate our mobile clinic that we had. That was a badass mobile clinic. And they had a red, white, and blue mobile clinic going to the community. They told us we couldn't go in the community because we didn't have medical malpractice insurance. They replaced us with ours. And for me, that was a turning point, because when I first came to the movement, I was one of these Negroes who still had some belief in the system and thought we were just trying to better the shit, right? That was before I was born to African internationalism. And that really helped to solidify me. Oh, hell no, let me come on and work with these folks here, because, to bring that red, white, and blue stuff to the community. When we was raised in the red, black, and green, I lost all faith, what little bit I had in the system at that point. And, I just appreciate the party. I appreciate it no matter where you at. The party can be
I really
anywhere.
appreciate that story, Bakari, because it's such a profound thing when you look at the work that we do, no different from the revolutionaries in the 60s, the work that they did, and they were shunned out and killed off and pushed aside. And then here come good old whitey colonialism come in and try to swoop in and save the day. But we know better. We know that everything that we've done and everything that we do is to fight against colonialism. And we know that they have tried over numerous of times to take everything we've done and put it in a light of something that they've created, which is not true. We are the poor working class, and we have made this happen. So I
just want to say that I'm glad Comrade Bakari raised the thing he did about the Bobby Hutton African People's Free Clinic. And it was a mobile clinic, as Bakari said. And we went to the most oppressed sector of the population. That's the way we do it all the time. We go to the African working class. And what it represented was dual power. We had some like 40 different medical workers, pharmacists, doctors, and nurses, aides, and what have you, who signed up and volunteered to take this service to our people. It's a political question, and it helps us to understand that the health issue is a political question. It's a political issue. It has to do with having political power over our own lives. And so the government recognized this. So here we are in the African community taking healthcare, but the government could not tolerate this negation of their own significance in the eyes of the people. And so what they did was they prohibited us from going there so there wouldn't be any dual and contending power. And then they put their own red, white, and blue vehicle there with their process. I mean, that's what we're looking at. We talk about contending power. Bakri, you remember we tried to open up a free clinic. There was a vacant clinic in the African community. I think that was on MacArthur Boulevard and something 90-something.
90th like MacArthur.
90th and MacArthur Boulevard. We said, wow, we can put the clinic here. We went and talked to the white people. These were people who were Christian, some kind of Christian organization. They said, yeah, it's a good idea. Said, why don't you name it for Martin Luther King? I said, no, it's going to be named for Bobby Hutton of the Black Panther Party. So they said, if you come on this property, we'll put you in jail. You understand? Because they were not going to be negated. So they actually, if we come to clean the yards and stuff like that, they call the police. They were not going to have that transference, that contention, that contending Black power that negated the power of colonialism. So that's what we were looking at. I just think it's really important to recognize that. Uhuru.
Bakri, before you go forward, can I read one thing from the chat from Lisa Davis to everyone?
Uhuru, comrade, yes.
Uhuru, it says, I remember Bakri from the young girl, John McMath, who went into a coma for tonsillectomy, and the state of California declared her brain dead against her parents' will. She was in Oakland. I reached out to the chairman from New Jersey to ask how we could show support, and he hooked up with Brother Bakri, and they showed support to that family, such as the power of the infrastructure of the BIB and the Uhuru movement.
Uhuru, thank you.
I had to read it because again, dual and contending power.
Right on.
DJ Eddie. We got some from, did you see the one from DJ Eddie?
Oh, let me go back in.
Well, while she's doing, before you do that, I just want to recognize my comrade from Huntsville, Alabama, Kobina Bantashango, $25. Uhuru, Kobina.
Oh. I'm looking for DJ Eddie's comments.
Okay, I can read it if you don't see it.
Please do.
It says, just received a phone call from Black Power 96 station manager, DJ Eddie. He is pledging $600 total, 50 today and 50 a month. He said, I don't see nothing, but I feel everything. And I feel it's time to Vanguard up.
Vanguard up.
We love DJ Eddie. We love DJ Eddie.
Best blind.
The best blind DJ in the whole world.
What he say? He don't see nothing, but he feel everything.
He feel everything.
I'm gonna have to put on me some dark glasses and go around and see what I can feel on.
That is so awesome.
All righty, hooroo. We're gonna fill ourselves up on some freedom is what we're gonna do.
Man.
Right on. All right, I appreciate that. Let me go back to the well and see what our latest tally is.
And DJ Eddie was nominated. He's nominated as the Comrade of the Year candidate as well.
Okay.
Yes, he is.
We're inching up there, comrades. We are at 163, 161. That's $163,000, 161.
Wow.
Awesome.
This is awesome.
All right. So how much time do we have on this segment?
Okay, what?
I want to say that the Zoom tech person said that she was typing fast and that we should say his full name, Black Power 96 Station Manager, Eddie Maltby. Eddie Maltby.
Okay.
All righty, right on. Uhuru.
Yes, Uhuru, Eddie Maltby. Man, how much time do we have?
We've been up here forever.
So we have Eddie, like I said, $600 is the last person that we had donated. We had Janine, I think we mentioned her name earlier.
Okay.
240.
Great.
And then Eddie, 600. All righty. Thank you, Janine, Eddie.
And we got 36 minutes left. That seems
so
like.
Keep on pushing.
Should we just close it out?
Well, I think if we've exhausted it, you don't want to.
Yeah.
You don't want to outstay your welcome.
Yes.
So what you trying to say, Chairman? We don't see each other that often. We do. So let me back off of that. No, seriously. I just want to say.
I don't see you often, but I feel you all the time.
All right. I like that.
I'm gonna steal that line.
No, I like that, but I just want to appreciate all of the donors, all of everybody who's contributed today. This is truly the redemption of Africa that we're talking about. The 50 years of relentless work has come, and this is only one fraction, one statement toward that direction. We have a whole lot of people, and it's not just the amount of resources, it's material resources, it's human beings. We want it all. And that's the thing is we want to get out here on the streets and bring in the African working class, bring in more forces in USM and APSC, but we have to take this work right now, what we're doing, and go in the communities like the chairman says, and go down in front of that barbecue joint. You know, go down in front of where they selling fish, and go down to the liquor store, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Sell your spear and say, look, comrades, this is what we got to contribute to right here. And, you know, the thing is, we have to do that. If not, I think we fall short. Yes, we've reached the goal today, but there are more goals to set up and more victories to be had. So I just really want to acknowledge and appreciate everybody who's donated today. Uhuru.
And in doing that, I think it's really important for us to say it's keep on coming, and it should keep on coming. You know how to keep doing it. And come at Kabula, Mutombo out of Chicago is just letting us know that I guess that's $120.
That's the owners and they should tell a level. Say that. You got your level, I got my level. I'm pushing my level, right?
120 level is the owners and they should tell a level.
All right.
How the young girls say, period.
I think we need to put the way people can donate again up on the screen before we close it out, Bakri.
Yes, and somebody can share that on the screen, be great.
And people need to go there now. You can also call, right?
Yes.
Oh,
make
so
your
that's
pledge. I'm sorry, guys.
So it says this is not Mutum. It says
Kumba. It's Kumba.
Yeah, so it's not because Kabula had already donated. So this is.
Why is his name there though?
I don't know. It's Kumba. It says that's
Kumba.
Yeah.
Kumba, not
Yeah.
Kabula.
Kumba. Thank you, Kumba.
Michael Parker wanted everybody to know that he said, I don't know about y'all, but this has definitely inspired me big time.
Right. How to get, you keep on that West Side.
That's right.
West Side really showed out today, but everyone did. We want to thank all of our donors. Continue to give, continue to make your pledges. I'm just going to say, owner Janae Yeshatella pledge that. Make your pledge at apspahuru.org/pledge. We will announce your name and city where your pledge is. We want you to go there now and be a part of this amazing, amazing movement and be a part of the work that we do. And I really want to salute my leadership, Deputy Chair Owner Janae Yeshatella and Chairman Omali Yeshatella, the relentless Black Power leaders in my lifetime. Penny Hess, Kitty, y'all dope, Bakri. I want to hear some more stories.
I got your number. I got your number. Hey, I just wanted to say one last thing in closing is that, you know, today has been representative of the tone of this great historic plenary. And for me, this plenary is a springboard and it has me salivating at what we're going to be doing in October on 2023. You talking about a profound statement. You know, this to me is important, but to me, it's not as important as looking at October of 2023 in Azania. And I just look so forward to that. And just to let people know, you can still donate.
Yes.
Between now, I mean, we got 3 more days of this. So
Bakri, Sayero heard you. And he has donated $50 just as you were talking. So
all right.
Yeah. So the resources are coming. The comrades are doing what they're supposed to do, and funding our own movement, our own party, our own revolution, our own aspirations, our own future.
Yeah. And we want people to come to St. Louis.
Yeah.
Come on to St. Louis this spring. We're gonna be kicking it off. I'm telling you.
We got so many projects.
Summer long. We got
stuff going on.
Yeah, we got stuff going on, and if things go the way they're supposed to go, we're gonna have like annual moving in and what have you. You know, ain't gonna be
Are you
that.
ready today?
Yes.
We'll see about that.
President ain't gonna be coming down the road. You know?
Hey, so much for your West Side, Bakari.
You mean St. Louis don't have a West Side there?
We don't need West Side. We got Black Power Blueprint.
I know y'all got
We
North
got,
and
we
South.
got the North Side.
Right.
North Side.
All right, Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades. Thank everybody. And like I said, we're gonna be through the rest of the plenary. We'll be putting it out because we want to get that up to 175,000 as far as I'm concerned before this plenary is over.
Yesterday, sent a comment talking about LOL.
We waiting on you. What do you mean? We waiting on you. We need you here. Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru, Maisie and Dexter.
Uhuru, Deputy Chair, Uhuru, Chairman,
Uhuru,
Uhuru, comrades.
I ain't want you to see us acting like this,
Wow.
Dexter.
I'm trying to get
This
like
self-determination act right here.
Yes.
Uhuru, comrades.
Yes, Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru.
Wow. Y'all brought that energy, that fire to that presentation.
Gotta keep that energy.
Wow. I just really got to salute Deputy Chair and her team. And as Bakari said, you know, in his opening statement, that this workshop is really the boldest way to see like what the APSP is about, because we're not just about explaining the world, we're literally about changing it, and boldlessly and relentlessly. And you can see that we have a good time doing it too. So I just want to salute just the dynamicness of the party. And there's really nothing more empowering to like see the world that you want for yourself being built right before your eyes. And so that's what this economic work is about. And just again, can't express enough appreciation for Deputy Chair and Chairman, and for bringing Chairman's political reports to life. And to all the comrades and donors for today.
Yes, yes, you know, just echoing what Chairman just said, you know, this is us, members of the party, members of this movement, funding our own struggle, funding our own movement, you know, funding our own revolution. You know, this is all done through African internationalism, not NAACP-ism, you know.
I love that line. Yep. Right. And we really can't do it without everyone. And we just want to thank everybody for helping us meet and exceed our goal.
Yes.
But as you know, we're not going to stop until we're free. So, Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Uhuru. All right. So now we're going to do turn it over to Comrade Akinge. I know we're a little ahead of time. So hopefully you're in place, Comrade. We're going to we'll take it back to you to look at the nominees for Comrade of the Year. This is a chance for us to get to know a little bit more about the nominees. So Uhuru, Comrade Akinge.
Uhuru.
Uhuru, comrades, that was really great. I'm just applauding the chairman and deputy chair, Onizane Ishitela. This has just been a really exciting day. So to continue that excitement, I want to introduce you to several more of our nominees for the Comrade of the Year. Next slide. And they are Michael Matsumela Odom and Comrade Morlai Conti. A little bit about Comrade Matsumela. He became the first vice president of INPEDUM while developing the international membership subcommittee and creating new INPEDUM programs and developing strategies to bring African internationalism to the masses. Matsumela continues to submit his will to the will of party leadership as he learns and asserts his leadership in INPEDUM. He built a virtual Africans Charged Genocide tour by having themed webinars and special guests to expose that everything Africans face is genocide. The presence of the webinars and circulation of the Africans Charged Genocide petition increased the petition by 100,000. When the colonial virus impacted in-person events and shut down schools, he created a school curriculum called Uhuru Shule and the Burning Spear Study Group. Matsumela brings African internationalism into the classroom. He teaches African internationalism in San Diego, in the college he works at, and he has gotten the chairman's books into the university library. He also brings back his expertise and skills that he has learned from the bourgeoisie to the African Revolution. He demonstrates a practical revolutionary approach to the work and encourages teamwork and participation among a wide variety of people. He has a deep love for understanding and applying African internationalism and works hard to implement it into his leadership, educational opportunities, and his responsibilities. That's a little bit about Matsamela Odom. Now, a little bit about Morlai Kanti, who is the chair of the African People's Socialist Party in Sierra Leone, West Africa. The party has been in Sierra Leone before. And some people actually thought that we would never be able to establish the party in Sierra Leone again. But when Comrade Morlai came in and reached out to the party, expressing his determination to see the continuation of the party building project in Sierra Leone, we were all for it. What stands out was, Chairman Morlai's approach towards the party is his love and respect for the organization and its leadership. Often we get people who promise to bring skills into the party with their joining, but more than anything, what will generate the permanence of our own movement is the securing of loyal and committed party members that have a solid respect for the party. This is what we have in the form of Comrade Morlai. He is a solid force that guarantees that no matter what challenges we will face in Sierra Leone, with all sorts of people coming in and out, our permanence in the country is guaranteed. Apart from his exemplary attitude toward the party, the comrade has done a lot in terms of winning the support of many people in Sierra Leone, some of whom have turned into members. He's an active organizer who is always traveling around the country in the name of the party, making contacts and recruiting forces into the party. Comrade Morlai is working with other comrades to establish APDEP in Sierra Leone. We should expect great developments in Sierra Leone from Comrade Morlai. Uhuru. Congratulations, comrades. This is another set. We've got more, so please stay tuned in to the third plenary of the 7th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party to find out who will be our outstanding comrade of the year. Uhuru. Vanguard up.
Vanguard up. Uhuru. Congratulations to our nominees.
Uhuru. Vanguard up. Vanguard up.
Yes.
So coming up next, comrades, we have another virtual vending. And this one I'm a little biased towards, I admit, because this one we are coming up on is for Uzi, a Thread of Freedom, which is an economic development institution for the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. So this is your chance, all of you, this is your chance to be counted for in the battle to build our own Black power independent economy. Because we say, it's not that Black lives matters, we say that Black power matters and the Black power economy matters. So let's welcome and support with our money. Let's support with our dollars. We support our Starbucks every day with our dollars. We support Netflix with our dollars every day, Hulu. Ever since COVID, I know we're all supporting Uber Eats with our dollars. So we need to take those same dollars and support a Black power institution like Uzi today. So Uhuru Uzi.
Yes. Uhuru.
Hey, what's up? It is your guy, Jordan Fly today. Uhuru, everybody. Come on in and check us out. All right, we have some very nice custom pieces for y'all, some new stuff, you know what I'm saying? So pay attention. Remember the house rules. It put down sold and the number if you like it, and it's yours. What we got first, 4 feet? All right, comrades, what we got first is sold 1. We have a very dope button up camo, and what it got on the back, fist up, fight back, because that's what we all about. This is a size extra large, and it's going for $35. Again, this is a size extra large, and it's going for $35. This is a nice camo button up, and you also get a Black Powers Matter. Now remember, if you want to go check out anything that we have and you don't catch it today, look us up on impedum.org/Uzi. All right, what we got next? All right, All right, now when you step out, you stepping out, and this is Black Power right here, okay? We have a nice long sleeve jacket. This is sold two. This is a 2XL. This is going for 45. Check out this back, y'all. I gotta come a little closer so you can see it. Yeah, you see it. It says Black is back because they know we back, all right? Again, this item is sold two, and it is a 2XL long. It's 2XL, you guys. It's very nice material. It's going for 45. What we got next, Sophie? All right. You see, I got one on, so you can get your swag and you can have one too. This item number is sold 3. This is a camo jacket. It has a couple patches on it. On the back, what do we have? I am African, because what are we? Africans. All right, and this is a size medium, and this is going for $60. This is a size medium again. It's going for $60. I am Africa. You see that? Let me go a little closer for you. All right, what we got next, 4 feet? All right, we got another camo. Check out the back of this, y'all. Now, this is some real custom artwork right here, designed by our own Columbi. All right, this is painted on the back. You got that drip, you got that drip, you got that camo drip. All right, this is sold number 5. This is a 2XL. This is going for $60 as well. All right, comrades. You also get a Uzi button. Check that button out, y'all. Swag is on. You hear me? All right. This again is item sold 5, and this is a 2XL. This is going for $60. What we got next, Kofi? All right. Now, ladies, I know you're gonna like this. This is a nice short vest. I would call it a vest. It got a little custom to it, you know. This is item sold 4. This is a 2XL. This is going for $35. It's a hood on it as well, ladies. You see that? It's a hood on it as well. And it has what? Uzi, a custom threads. Again, this is sold 4. This is a 2XL. And this is going for $60. Sophie, what we got next? Yeah, we gotta have this swag, all right? We got that custom-made militant hat. This is sold 6. This is sold 6. Again, we have that drip paint on there. Let me come a little closer. Check that out. All right, this is a small. For them small heads, you know, I got them kind of large heads. I can't fit it, or else I would have swiped this one. But this is a small, and it's going for $35. Again, this is sold 6, and it's going for $35, a size small. What we got next, 4 feet? All right, we got another jacket. This is sold 7. This is, guess what? What's the name of today? Relentless, okay? Don't play. You know you want this one. This is item sold 7. This is a size large. This is a size large, extra long. So if you have extra long arms, this is what this is, all right? So this is a size large, extra long arms. This is going for 65. All right, and it also gives you a custom Uzi button, y'all. All right, what we got next? All right, comrades, I believe you can catch this one on our website at impedum.org/Uzi. I think I'm saying it right. But this is sold 8. All right, this is item sold 8. And this is a size large, man. This is a size large, man. All right. And this is going for $40. Again, this is item 8. This is a large, and it has the custom Uzi thread of freedom on the back in that fluorescent orange. Check it out, y'all. This is a large again, sold item number 8, going for $45. What we got next? All right, ladies. You know you like to get your little your little crops. It's not really a crop, but it's giving you that crop look, all right? This is item sold 18. It has our custom logo, Uzi, a thread of freedom on it. And this is a size medium, ladies. This is a size medium, and this is going for 35. This is item sold 18. It is a medium. It's going for 35. All right. And also, we want to give a big shout out to Big Cartel. Okay, this is who you order from, y'all. BigCartel.com. BigCartel.com. All right, y'all. Let's go to this next one because I'm really digging this, ladies. This is custom made by our Columbi herself, our president, and this has custom artwork on the front of it. She's dripping the paint, the red, black, and green paint is drippy, real drippy. This is sold 12, and this is a size. What size is this?
12.
This is a medium. This is a medium, y'all. And also you get a what? A Marcus Garvey button on it, y'all. And what we got on the back? Red, black, and green Uzi. Again, this is a medium. This is a sold 12, and this is going for $60. $60. All right, what we got next? All right, y'all, this is for my athletic people. You know, when you're going to work out in the gym, you know, you might want to throw you something on, some swag. What we got? We got some Uzi swag for you, all right? This is item number 19, sold 19. And this is a size extra large, guys. This is a size extra large. Now, this could be unisex as well. So never mind, you know what I'm saying? So this is a size large, and it's sold 19, and it's going for 40, all right? What we got next? Oh, now, y'all, I'm gonna personally drop the details on this one because I made it, all right? So we got, so, huh? Who are you? I did introduce myself. I told everybody I'm Jordan Fly, your host for today. But let's get back to it. This is item sold 38, and this is a custom piece that I created myself, hand created. I sewn everything on here myself. And check out this back, y'all. Nobody else will be walking around with this jacket. This is custom made. This fabric is custom made. I custom made it myself, stitched this myself, all right? And this is a size 3XL. So my big guys, here you go. Here we go. Turn up, 3XL. And this is going for $60. This is sold 38, and it's going for $60. Get your Uzi swag up. Look at it. Oh, let me let y'all see the back too. Sold 38. I think somebody might have got it. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, what do we have here? We have some arm candy. And we got, I'm sorry, African wrist candy. And this is some beautiful, beautiful beads that's on here. I don't really know the names of the beads, y'all, but they're beautiful to me. All right, let me come a little closer so you can check them out. Don't check my nails, check the bracelet. But this is sold 37, and it's going for $10 today, y'all, $10. I also want to remind you that all shipping is free today. All shipping is not, I'm sorry. Okay, I got the wrong memo. But you get a button. I'm sorry, you get a button with it. I'm sorry. This is sold, and this is wrist candy. This is for $10. $10. I got another nice wrist candy. This one is it's kind of, let's see. All energy stones. It's all energy stones on it. I really kind of like this. This is really custom made, and you know, of course, Columbi made it. So this is item sold 35, and this is also going for $10. Sold 35 for $10. All right, what we got next? Some more. Oh, come on, worm candy. Look at this one. Now I kind of like this one. It has some beautiful beads on it. Look at this bead, y'all.
Get money bracelet.
Okay, she called this the get money bracelet. Check that out. All right, and this is sold 28, and it is going for $10 also. Sold 28. Again, y'all, if you like anything, you can go to impedum.org/store. Impedum.org/store. All right, what we got next? All right, we got this one is titled Revolutionary Fire. Let me come a little closer so y'all can see this fire right here. Get into this fire. Get into this fire, y'all. And this is item sold 24. And this is also going for $10. Sold 24. What else we got over there? All right, for my people that like t-shirts, we got some t-shirts for you, all right? So we have a nice army green long sleeve t-shirt for you guys. And this is a size large. This is size large, and this is sold 25. Sold 25, we have two of these, and they are both larges. Both larges, you have one in the nice white material, and we have one in this nice bright, loud orange, okay? These are going for $20. $20 today, you all.
Jordan, how much is that bracelet again? That last bracelet?
The last bracelet is 10. All bracelets are 10 today.
All right, I'm about to take it off your hands real quick. You know?
So you going for so you want to put sold 24,
Yeah,
Conrad?
so how much is it if you're on the Impedum ISD?
Okay, wait, let me show this to y'all.
Wait, impedum.org, Conrad. I want to say impedum.org/shop. That's what we get.
Yes,
impedum.org/shop, everybody.
Now this one right here, I heard you had something to do with this, Conrad. Okay, y'all check this out. Dexter himself, threw in his little swag to this one. This is item sold 21. Check it out, y'all. The collar is gone. The collar is gone. Okay, the collar is giving you Uzi thread. Okay, we have what on the back? Uzi, red, black, and green. Do you know what that means? All right, y'all. This is a extra large. I just want y'all to get into this whole look though for a minute. Just get into the whole look. I know y'all want it. I know you want it. I know you want it. I know you want it. This is going for $60. $60. This is sold 21 and it's going for $60. How much time I got, y'all? Because I can keep it coming because I got a lot of stuff. We've been working our tails off. Okay, on to the next. We have a nice, ladies. Come on, ladies, check it out. We got some blue long sleeve. It's kind of thermal material, but it's a little lighter than that. So you might have to put your little tank under here or something. But what does it say? African women must lead, and that is what's up. And this is item sold 13. This is a large, I believe. This is a large. Sold 13. African women must lead. Blue camo. $30. I'm sorry. This is $30, y'all. $30. What we got here? Okay, y'all. I like this one. I think I want to snatch this one. It's a hooded long sleeve sweatshirt, and it has Uzi going down. When have y'all seen that? This is some new stuff, y'all. This is some new stuff. And look at that thread of freedom. Like, we've been working, y'all. I'm telling you. And you also get a Black Powers Matter button, all right? This is sold 15, and this is a size extra, extra large. Extra, extra large. And this is going for 45. 45, y'all. This is going for 45 today. This is sold 15, and this is a 2XL, and it's going for 45. Get into those colors, y'all. You can wear some camo, some denim with this. You can wear some black denim with this. You can wear some white denim with this. All right, what we got next? All right, we're finna swag it out. We're finna swag it out for the USM. Ladies, where you at? Where you at? We're finna swag it out. We got this fire blazer. Look at that blazer. What does it have on the back? United through reparations. And this is sold 34. Unity. Sold 34. Unity through reparations. I'm sorry. Unity through reparations. And this is sold 34. And this is a size large. And it is going for 45. 45. This is going for 45. What we got next? Hey, y'all. Now, I like this one too. Wait a minute now. I don't think I've seen this. Look at this. And what we relentless. Come on now. This is sold 22. Sold 22. And it's giving you your Marcus Garvey button on it. And this is a size small short. So this is for my short people with short arms. This is your swag. Sold 22, and this is going for $60. Sold 22, and it's going for $60.
Theme of the convention.
And this is, I told him, this is the theme of the convention, Relentless. And you see that Africa on the motherland. All right, what we got next? Hey, y'all, this for my people that like to swag it out. You can wear you some nice Uzi denim jeans, maybe that Harriet Tubman cut, you know, one of those. But this is Soul 23, and this is a sweatshirt with Uzi and silver. When have y'all seen that? This is some new swag, y'all. This is some new swag. Okay. This is Soul 23, and it's going for $35. And this is a large. This is a large. Now I could wear this. I mean, it looks unisex to me, but I think it's for the ladies. But you know how we can swag it out. Look at that arm. Check that arm. Check that arm. No gender, Columbus. We don't see it. So if you like it, snatch it. This again is Soul 23, and it's going for $35. What we got next?
Here you go.
Come on. I just talked about it. I just told you what you can wear with it. And what you can wear, your Harriet Tubmans. Ladies, your Harriet Tubmans. Get into that swag. Get into that cut. Get into that cut. All right, and this is number 26. This is number 26. And this is a size 28 regular. Size 28 regular for my slim ladies. You know what I'm saying? Get you some Harriet Tubman jeans. You know what I'm saying? You roll up the leg, put your boots on, and stomp it out, you know? All right, again, this is Soul 26, and this is going for $35 today. $35 today. 35. Soul 26, 35 Harriet Tubman. What we got next? Oh, man, come on. We got Malcolm X, man. Come on, let's go. Look at this cut, y'all. Get into the artwork of it. Get into the artwork of it, y'all. Get into it. And this is a size 26. This is a size 26. 26. And this is item number 50. Sold 50. And also you get you a button on her. A reparations button, you guys. So we not only give you the clothing, we give you the buttons too to let the people know. Okay? Again, this is item sold 50. This is a 26. And these are going for 45. What we got next? Okay, y'all. Now, I kind of sneak previewed this one last night. If any of y'all tuned in to Uzi Custom Apparel page, you would have seen this one. This is going to bring you into that jersey. Where my guys that like the jerseys and like the baseball gear. Well, guess what? Uzi has it. And also, you can get this. We might bring it to you in different colors. Let's see how you guys like it. So this is item Soul 31. This is an extra large. Soul 31. This is an extra large. And this is going for 30. Soul extra. We got a Soul 31. Somebody snatched it already. All right.
Turn it around and show that 7.
Let me show that 7 on the back.
7 Congress.
All right. Soul 31. Ooh, this is fly. Ladies. Columbia doing a thing, ladies. This is Soul 21. This is a medium. Check out the artwork on this. Check it out, child. Let me come a little closer. Okay, comrade. Oh my God, this is so nice. And this is going for 35. Medium, sold 29, going for 35. Let me show y'all the back of it. Look at that arm work. All right, y'all. What we got next? We got a couple minutes, about 1 minute left. All right, y'all. Ladies, here we go. We have Soul 32. This is a nice crop denim jacket. This is a large. And this is Soul 32. And this is going for $60. Soul 32, going for $60. And what African women must lead. Check out that, child. Check it out. Item 32, Soul 32, going for $60.
The pants stay up there though.
Okay, y'all. So we gonna pan this around, and Columbia gonna help me out a little bit. But these pants right here, these nice camouflage, original camouflage pants. This is Soul 49. Soul 49.
All sizes.
And this is all size pants.
We have all sizes.
Oh, we have all sizes, I'm sorry. And this is, I believe, a large. But this is item Soul 49 and it's going for, huh?
They have to put their size.
Okay, when you want to order these, you have to put what size you wear in these, okay? And this is going for $25, y'all, today. $25 for some camo pants. Remember to put your size. Soul 49 camo pants, $25 today. All right, comrades. I just want to thank you guys for tuning in to us today. We have really enjoyed putting these pieces together for you. We have more pieces for you to come and look at. You can follow us on impedum.org/store. impedum.org/store. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru, comrades.
Comrades.
Yes.
All right. Uzi, a thread of freedom. Uhuru Jordan.
Uhuru, Jordan, thank you for that. And yeah, what an amazing institution. Uzi needs our support.
Yes.
And you know, get your Uhuru swag. So Uhuru, comrades, thank you for that so much. And now we're going to actually move to our first report. And this will be the first report of many that you'll see throughout the next days of the plenary. And this first report is coming from the Office of the Chairman. This is the office that provides leadership to all the departments and offices in our movement. So we want to welcome with lots of applause, Comrade Alike Ngoma, the Assistant Administrator at the Office of the Chairman, and Akinge Mayeli, the Chief of Staff at the Office of the Chairman. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru Kinge. Uhuru Limia.
Uhuru. Maybe we're having trouble with unmuting, so let's see if we can.
Yeah. Uhuru, got it now. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru.
Let me just move this. Uhuru, again, I want to welcome you and everyone joining us for the third plenary of the 7th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party, and say that this will be the report from the office of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, leader of the African nation. Next slide. We want to first salute our leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair Onozene Yeshitela, for their relentless dedication to the struggle for liberation of Africa and African people worldwide. In addition, we salute the entire leadership of the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. Uhuru. Next slide. The theme of this year's plenary, Relentless, 50 years of leadership toward African redemption, is extraordinary. Chairman Omali Yeshitela himself has spent over 50 years leading Africans and countless revolutionaries. Now, let's watch a short piece titled From Garvey to Omali.
More than 100 years of history of our revolutionary struggle for African liberation and unification is concentrated in the relentless leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. In the 1920s, Marcus Garvey, an African born in Jamaica, built the largest ever anti-colonial, anti-imperialist, revolutionary organization of African workers in history. The Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League recruited over 11 million Africans worldwide in the United States, Africa, the Caribbean, Europe, and elsewhere. Their slogan demand was Africa for the Africans, those at home and abroad. Garvey's movement was not a struggle for integration into the colonial capitalist system, but for African independence and Black power. It was an assault on the colonial mode of production, the foundation of the parasitic capitalist world economy built on our enslavement, dispersal, pillage, rape, and theft of resources that holds the world's oppressed in its vicious grip up to now. The UNIA built dynamic, anti-colonial economic and cultural institutions such as the Black Cross nurses, factories, grocery stores, restaurants, a printing press, a steamship company called the Black Star Line, and its own incipient military force known as the African Legion. Garvey and the UNIA represented a magnificent offensive against imperialism. It was for this reason that the US government and its neo-colonial lackeys, including the NAACP and W.E.B. Du Bois, moved to crush Garvey and the UNIA. In 1925, the US government sentenced Marcus Garvey to 5 years in prison. 2 years later, he was deported to Jamaica, derailing the significance of the UNIA.
In the aftermath of Garvey's imprisonment, the overall African liberation movement was reduced to a defensive posture. Instead of fighting for power, assimilationist, petty bourgeois stooges, such as Du Bois, begged for the right to integrate into the colonial capitalist system. The civil rights movement of the 1950s was a continuation of this defensive posture following the elimination of Garvey, who had built the most effective vehicle for the advancement of anti-colonial politics for Africans and oppressed peoples anywhere in the world. Off of the civil rights era, there was the reemergence of the Garvey-influenced movement for Black power. With the rise of SNCC, Malcolm X, the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, JOMO, and others, our anti-colonial struggle began to resurface. Again, as with Garvey in the 1920s, our movement for freedom and independence came under attack. The U.S. government's counterinsurgency war crushed the Black Revolution of the 1960s. They jailed and assassinated our leaders. They murdered Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and over 30 members of the Black Panther Party. They tortured and assassinated Patrice Lumumba in Congo. They overthrew Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana. They murdered Robert Sobukwe in occupied Azania. They wounded, then assassinated Che in Bolivia. Their intention was to destroy forever the revolutionary will of African and other colonized peoples to fight for power and control over our own lives.
Throughout all of this death and mayhem, there was one thread that could not be broken. One emergent force who fought relentlessly to keep the revolution alive. That force is Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. Though Garvey died in London, England, today, the cry of Africa for Africans continues to resonate because the party is here. Lumumba, Sobukwe, and Nkrumah are dead, but the African Revolution is alive today in Africa because the party is here.
The history of the African Revolution is concentrated within our 50-year history.
Malcolm X, Huey Newton, and Fred Hampton are dead, but the African Revolution lives today throughout the US, Europe, Africa, and the world because the party is here. In the face of brutal, dangerous conditions, including assassinations, arrests, beatings, and jailings, the party, under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, has been the relentless force, rebuilding and maintaining the focus of the international African struggle against colonial domination for the total liberation of Africa and African people. It is our Chairman Omali Yeshitela whose relentless leadership over the past more than 50 years gives life to the famous declaration by Fred Hampton. You can kill the revolutionary, but you can't kill the revolution. It was our chairman who worked to solve every unresolved problem left behind in the debris of the broken and defeated Black Revolution of the 1960s.
Chairman Omali developed the advanced revolutionary theory, strategy, and organization to tackle every question, including the need for revolutionary theory, the political basis for the Vanguard Party, the role of the electoral arena in the struggle for African freedom, the struggle for reparations as a function of the revolution. The question of white people's responsibility to join in overturning the parasitic colonial capitalist system by working under the party's leadership. And strategic unity with all colonized and oppressed peoples fighting for liberation from the yoke of imperialist domination. Garvey's African fundamentalism of the 20th century is Chairman Omali Yeshitela's African internationalism of today. The UNIA is gone, but the African People's Socialist Party and the African Socialist International are alive and growing. We salute the relentlessness of the chairman and the party on its historic 50th anniversary.
Not only the past struggle, but the future of African people is found in the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the African People's Socialist Party. Africa will be free, and African people will be self-determining once again. As Garvey once predicted, when our party is victorious, the red, black, and green flag will fly from the hilltops of Africa. Garvey lives. Africa for the Africans at home and abroad. One Africa, one nation. Long live Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Long live the African People's Socialist Party.
Uhuru, can we go? Yes, thank you. Chairman Omali Yeshitela has been coined the last man standing. From the day he ripped down that hideous, degrading mural from the walls of City Hall in St. Petersburg, Florida in 1966, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, then known as Joseph Waller, has never stopped fighting for freedom for African people everywhere. Next slide. Mobilized in his youth by anti-colonial movements around the world and the struggle for Black liberation in the US, he has dedicated his life to uniting and liberating Africa and African people everywhere. Next slide. Some of his many accomplishments throughout his 50 years of revolutionary work to unite Africans worldwide include, in 1996, being the Florida organizer for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, of which he was a member when he ripped down the mural of St. Pete City Hall, 1968, forming JOMO, the Junta of Militant Organizations, as well as launching the Burning Spear newspaper, 1972, forming the African People's Socialist Party, and he also sat on the first African Liberation Day Committee in the United States. Next slide. 1976, he formed the African People's Solidarity Committee, extending the African Revolution into the belly of the beast and extending the demand for reparations to African people into the white communities. In 1979, formed the African National Prisons Organization. 1982, built the first international tribunal on reparations for African people in the US. And he also formed the African National Reparations Organization. And it was this process that made reparations a household word. Next slide. In 1991, he founded the National People's Democratic Uhuru Movement in Chicago, Illinois, later to become the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, where in his report to the founding convention, the chairman stated, quote, "The fact that NPDM is under the leadership of our Revolutionary Party is a mark of political maturity for the oppressed, domestically colonized African workers of the US, which holds true today." In 2004, he consolidated the African Socialist International in London, England. 2006, he was a speaker. He was on a speaking tour of Southern Africa, where he met with Namibian revolutionary leader and former President Sam Nujoma, and founded also in 2006, founded the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project. In 2010, he was honored by the University of South Florida at the unveiling of a special collection of his writings. Next slide. 2015, he was the speaker at the Dialogue of Nations conference in Moscow, Russia. He was also in 2015, the keynote at the annual IRI FM sponsored Marcus Garvey celebration in Jamaica, where he spoke to a crowd of over 5,000 people. And this celebration is actually the largest Marcus Garvey celebration held in the world. In 2019, the chairman was the speaker at the Oxford Union, at Oxford University in the Africa debate titled, "Should We Embrace a Closer African Union?" where he received a standing ovation. And the chairman was the last and only revolutionary speaker to be invited at Oxford since Malcolm X was invited there 55 years prior on December 3rd, 1964. And in 2021, especially if you have been tuned in to the hashtag Omali Taught Me Sunday Studies, you would see that the chairman has really presented, had an ideological breakthrough and presented the understanding that colonialism is the mode of production of capitalist society and world economy, which really contextualizes, the struggle that we are engaged in. We are, fighting to overturn a whole mode of production in colonialism itself. Next slide. In 2022, Chairman Omali Yeshitela leads over 55 organizations and institutions, which make up the Uhuru movement. And in addition to the countless books and pamphlets that he has written, coupled with keeping in circulation for over 50 years, the oldest revolutionary journal in the US, which is the Burning Spear newspaper, his greatest accomplishments and the most outstanding has been the development of the revolutionary theory of African internationalism, the theory of the African working class and poor peasantry, which leads all of the work of the African People's Socialist Party, and also the formation of the African People's Socialist Party itself, which gives the African working class and poor peasantry access to its own leadership, its own interests, its own stature, and its own dignity. Next slide.
Relentless, 50 years of leadership towards African redemption. How does the leader of the African nation do all of this? Well, he has a staff. Next slide. The role of the staff of the Office of the Chair is primarily to be his support system. Our daily tasks include and are not limited to management of the chairman's calendar, assisting with his day-to-day activities, consolidating interviews and speaking engagements, arranging travel, disseminating directives to and follow up with other leaders and members of the Uhuru movement on the chairman's behalf, in addition to keeping him abreast of upcoming meetings, conferences, where he provides leadership to the entire Uhuru movement and Uhuru movement friendly forces. And we take on any other special assignments as directed by the chairman. Next slide. The staff consists of course, our chairman, Omali Yeshitela, who is the leader of the African People's Socialist Party, USA, the African Socialist International, the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace and Reparations. He's the chair of the African People's Socialist Party's National Central Committee, as well as the African People's Solidarity Committee, National Central Committee, the leader of the Uhuru movement, and leader of the African nation at large. Next slide. And me, I am Ikinge Maele. I'm the Chief of Staff for Chairman Omali Yeshitela. My responsibilities include, but are not limited to, Uhuru Tours Manager for Uhuru Tours, and also the NTU Coordinator for the Office of the Chair. Next slide. There's also Alikia Ngoma, who is the Administrative Assistant to the Office of the Chair. She is our Haiti expert for the party. She's also the Haiti editor for the Burning Spear newspaper, and soon to be our upcoming public relations team coordinator for the Office of the Chair. Next slide. There's also Chimaranga Salambao, who's the National Director of Organization for the African People's Socialist Party, who provides daily updates on membership and regional work throughout our movement. Next slide. There's also Timba Shabanda, who will be a member of the public relations team and takes on any other special assignments as directed by Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Next slide. Relentless, 50 years of leadership toward African redemption. As the crisis of imperialism continues to deepen and the party gets closer to bringing revolution to fruition, being the revolutionary strategist that he is and always seeking to solve the problems of the revolution, Chairman Omali Yeshitela instituted a major campaign. Next slide. The chairman determined that in this period, it was a greater need for him to strengthen our movement and our party, to solidify our work on all fronts, to prepare to govern. So he called for a restructure of the African People's Socialist Party and its leadership, which had been working under the successful one people, one party, one destiny formation. Next slide. Chairman Omali Yeshitela identified the problems. He needed to have greater oversight of the functioning of the whole party. He also needed the African People's Socialist Party National Central Committee to have greater access to each other and the party. And the Uhuru movement as a whole needed to have cohesion to all of his great work. The solutions would be that the party would go back to its constitutionally mandated structure, which meant a reimplementation of the political bureau. The political bureau is the body that the chairman leads in between National Central Committee meetings and provides leadership to the NCC. The re-implementation of the standard party agenda was another item to solve the problem. The re-implementation of the political bureau and returning to the standard practice of utilizing the standard party agenda allows party leaders and members to see the whole party at one time, all the time. Next slide.
Uhuru. So yes, the first solution that the chairman came up with after having those weekly meetings was to reinstitute the constitutionally mandated political bureau of the African People's Socialist Party, which is the leading body of the National Central Committee and consists of the chairman, deputy chair, director of organization, director of Department of Agitation and Propaganda, and also the chairman added the secretary general of the African Socialist International and the director of Organization for Africa. The political bureau meets at least 8 times a year. And it allows for the political bureau to meet at least twice before each NCC meeting, which will permit them to have constant summation of the status of the party and the world and what needs to be done in the next period that they are intending to go into. Next slide. So this is a chart that just shows that how, one of the things that the chairman is constantly involved in and has the party constantly engaged in is summing up where we are, just like we are doing in this plenary process. So over here at the top, you have the party's Congress, which is the highest body of the African People's Socialist Party, which meets every 5 years. In between each Congress, the party meets for a plenary, which is held yearly between Congresses, so once a year for 4 years. And then in between the plenaries, the National Central Committee meets quarterly, so 4 times a year, and that takes place in between plenaries. And in between the National Central Committee meetings, you have the Political Bureau, which meets at least twice between each NCC meeting, which is 8 times a year at minimum. And then of course you have the chairman, who 365 a day is, thinking about how to solve the problems of the Black Revolution. Next slide. And this standard party agenda allows to bring cohesion to the work of the entire Uhuru movement. It allows all of the work of, the party to be in front of its membership and all of the committees all of the time. And it puts the responsibility on, all of the parties, parties leaders to, ensure the success of the things that we take on, notwithstanding whatever individual assignments and responsibilities that we may have. Next slide.
In September, the chairman determined that the party must make a strategic move. The headquarters of the African People's Socialist Party would move to St. Louis, Missouri, where Ferguson had become the epicenter of struggle for not only the US, but for the world with the 2014 police murder of Mike Brown. This would allow him to have greater oversight of the party's tremendous and growing work in St. Louis, Missouri, which currently includes the Black Power Blueprint, the international headquarters of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, and also the African People's Solidarity Movement and our Solidarity Center in St. Louis, Missouri. Next slide.
St. Louis, Missouri is particularly significant, especially in recent years, to the struggle of African liberation, because everybody knows about the courageous uprising that took place there after the police murder of 18-year-old Mike Brown. And, since then, a lot of organizations, a lot of people went into St. Louis. But of all of those organizations, the African People's Socialist Party is the only organization to go into St. Louis after Ferguson and build organization in the interest of the Black community and the overall African Revolution. Next slide.
Relentless, 50 years of leadership toward African redemption. In addition to the theoretical and practical accomplishments under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the chairman frequently calls for special webinars on the pressing questions affecting the African masses worldwide. Next slide. Here is just a glimpse of some of these special webinars that were held over the course of 2021. Webinar on Palestine, another commemorative webinar recognizing Glenn Ford, who was a member of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, which included his daughter, Tanya Rutherford, and also a webinar on Afghanistan. Next slide. Under the relentless leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, the African People's Socialist Party, in keeping with its history of hosting African Liberation Day, the party hosted several virtual African Liberation Days in the US and in Europe under the theme, Build the African Workers' State. Next slide.
Throughout this year, all of the party's regions and mass organizations has booked the chairman to be the keynote speaker at their webinars. And so some of them include the All African People's Development and Empowerment Project, the African People's Education and Defense Fund, the African Socialist International itself, which is the body of the whole party together, and the African People's Socialist Party's Caribbean region have all consolidated the chairman this year. Next slide. And to continue to deepen the demand for reparations, the chairman was a keynote speaker at many of the African People's Solidarity Committees and Uhuru Solidarity Movement's special webinars, to take on the question of reparations to African people. Next slide. In support of our brothers and sisters in Haiti, Chairman Omali Yeshitela called for several special webinars to sum up things that were taking place there, including the assassination of Jovenel Moise, the August 14, 2021 earthquake, and also the September mass deportations at the Del Rio border in Texas. Next slide. After the news of the over 10,000 Africans who were facing deportation at the Del Rio, Texas border, with more than half of them, more than 7,000 of them actually, being from Haiti, the chairman mandated that the party's mass organization, the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, hold various press conferences and demonstrations in support of the people of Haiti in different locations. Next slide.
Relentless, 50 years of leadership toward African redemption. Making African internationalism more accessible to the masses. Next slide. The chairman called for the reprint, production, and distribution of several of the party's important documents and pamphlets. Many of them you have had the opportunity to purchase earlier yesterday, as a matter of fact, which included Me and the African People's Socialist Party by Avalita Donaldson, Black Community Control of the Police, which is a 2015 presentation that the chairman made to the Black is Back Coalition. One of my favorites, Forward the Revolutionary African National Democratic Struggle, which was the report that the chairman gave to the 2008 International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement Convention, which was one of the first conventions that I attended that really solidified just my desire to want to work further and actually become a member of the African People's Socialist Party. And also in this period, there was a 24 by 36 poster that was produced, which is the party's 14-point platform, what we want, what we believe. Next slide. The chairman's leadership is continually being sought out by not only our media, but the bourgeois media. He has been a featured guest on not only our own Black Power 96.3 radio, but nationally syndicated radio shows such as the Carl Nelson Show, which is a US syndicated show on Radio 1, Conscious Mindset with SAID, which is one of the longest running FM radio stations on the KPFT radio network based in Houston, Texas, in addition to the Iranian Press TV, as well as WPFW, What's at Stake, which is another US syndicated radio station in the US. Next slide.
The chairman continued to has the hashtag O'Malley Taught Me Sunday Study. And in this year, the chairman actually has been engaged in some heavy hitting series, which include one, African Workers of the World Unite and Organize, putting revolution back on the agenda, The New Period, A Time for Party Building, African Internationalism on Dialectical Materialism, and most recently, Relentless, 50 Years of Leadership Toward African Redemption. Most of these have been political reports that the chairman has written over the years. Next slide.
Chairman Omali Yeshitela also leads the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations is a coalition of 18 Black organizations and over 100 members that was founded in 2009. The coalition came together to challenge the confusion caused by the Wall Street selection of Barack Hussein Obama as US president. 13 years later, the Black is Back Coalition, under the leadership of Chairman Omali Yeshitela, continues to provide leadership to Black power politics. Next slide.
In April of 2021, the coalition held its 5th electoral campaign school, which is designed to help the African working class understand the process of elections, and also to take it, from being hostage from the African petty bourgeoisie, who up until now have completely had the monopoly of, being Africans in the electoral arena. And so it was held on April 9th and 10th, and it was held on April 10th and 11th. And actually on April 9th and 10th of this year, the coalition will be having its 6th electoral campaign school. Next slide. The coalition also had a set of special webinars as well to sum up different things that were taking place, including one titled Fascism, Neoliberalism, and the Way Forward. There was Free Palestine, Death to Israeli Settler Colonialism, and Reefer Madness, Will Legalizing Marijuana Benefit the African Community? Next slide.
In addition, the coalition held its 12th annual conference, on August 7th and 8th of 2021, where we remembered again Glenn Ford, who was one of the founding members of the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And we also held a day where we honored the political prisoners. And you can see there that some of the special guests that were on that program were Sekou Odinga, Jamal Hart, who was the grandson of Mumia Abu Jamal, Jalil Montakim, and Jan Laman. Next slide.
On November 6th and 7th, the Black is Back held its 13th annual Black People's March on the White House under the same theme from August, deepening the resistance to police terror, honoring our political prisoners and prisoners of war, Black community control of the police. This was both an in-person and virtual conference, and it was attended by hundreds of people, both in person and virtually. Next slide. The mobilization received significant international media coverage from such sources as Relentless, which is a Russian video news agency specializing in video on demand based in Berlin, Germany. The CGTN, China Global Television Network, the international division of the state-owned media organization, headquartered in Beijing. Yonhap News, a major news agency in South Korea. America Press Network Incorporated, a Florida-based company. Gaylord News, which is the reporting project of the University of Oklahoma. And Reuters, which is an international news organization established in London by German-born Paul Rutter, and is one of the largest news agencies in the world. Next slide.
All right, sorry about that, comrades. I was having problems unmuting. And to recognize our comrades who had spent countless years locked away in the death camp called prisons, the coalition produced and distributed over 1,500 free all political prisoners posters, and also produced an online petition, which can be found on change.org, which currently has 8,138 signatures. And you too, if you have not signed this petition, we encourage you to go to change.org, search for Black is Back, demands free all political prisoners. Please sign the petition, share it. You can also go to the blackisbackcoalition.org website and download a shorter version of the petition, which we encourage you to take out into your various communities, neighborhoods, share on your outreach tables. Next slide. On January 8th of this year, the coalition summed up the 2021 political year with a webinar titled Deepening the Struggle Against Colonialism. Next slide. Relentless, 50 years of leadership toward African redemption. The way forward. While the office of the chair has not been without challenges, contradictions, and struggles in 2021, we want to shore up the office. And to do this, next slide, we want to increase the overall staff by working with the National Director of Organization to increase the administrative capacity of the office. We also want to build the Office of the Chair Public Relations Committee, which will be led by Administrative Assistant Alikia Ngoma. We plan to do this by utilizing the N2U process that was brought to our movement by Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela, and we will be working closely with the Department of Agitation and Propaganda and the Theory and Writers team and you to increase the visibility of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and the theory of African internationalism. By utilizing the N2U process, we were able to recruit a volunteer, Africa Ishitela, who brings a wealth of experience and ideas in video production and more. We want to appreciate Africa for the contributions that she has made thus far and that she will continue to make. The Public Relations Committee will need photographers, content creators, writers, and etc., all to keep the chairman's social media platforms current, relevant, and far-reaching. In addition, we want to continue the production schedule of more pamphlets and more of the chairman's writings and the countless presentations and videos to disseminate them to the world. And we'll also work vigorously to prepare the chairman's schedule to lead us into our first international APSP Congress in occupied Tanzania, South Africa in 2023. Next slide. As you can see, the chairman's tour calendar is already beginning to fill up. Next slide. You can request Chairman Omali Yeshitela for your college campus, your organization, or your community event by contacting us at info@uhurutours.com. So if you haven't booked your date yet, I would encourage you to get your request in now. Uhuru, next slide. We want to thank you and everyone for joining us for the third plenary of the 7th Congress of the African People's Socialist Party. This has been the report from the office of Chairman Omali Yeshitela. We say salute to Chairman Omali Yeshitela, Deputy Chair Onezene Yeshitela, to the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. Salute to over 50 years of relentless leadership. Uhuru.
Wow. Uhuru, that was what an impressive and exciting just layout of the history of the party, the way forward. And like Comrade Kinge said, go ahead and book chairman, because it's going to be a busy year. And just looking at the amount of work and initiatives coming out of this office really makes it undeniably clear that freedom is achievable in this lifetime. So we have a dynamic panel coming up next. So please continue to send your questions to the chat if you're on Zoom, or comment section on Facebook and YouTube. And our chat moderators will forward your comments to us, and we will pass them on to the presenters. So I'm going to kick it back to you, Comrade Dexter. Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru, thanks for that.
Uhuru.
Actually, I'm Wazy. You know where I got that from? Thanks for that.
Thanks for that. Yeah. If you listen to the People War Show, you know.
Thanks for that. Uhuru, Comrade, thanks for that.
Thanks for that.
Uhuru. All right. So the position of the African People's Socialist Party since day one has been all African political prisoners must be free. The US government crushed our revolution, killed our leaders, chased us into exile, and jailed many of those who survived until this very moment. We must do everything in our power that we can to free them. So we're going to first introduce onto this panel Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who was jailed for 2 years by the government for tearing down a grotesque and offensive mural painting of Black people in 1966 in St. Petersburg, Florida. This was the first Black Power action. He launched a campaign to free Desi Woods, an African woman sentenced to 22 years for killing a white attempted rapist with his own gun in the 1970s. He created the African National Prison Organization to defend and free Black people imprisoned by the colonial policies of the US government. He created the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, which is also campaigning for the release of African political prisoners in the US. Uhuru Chairman. Our second presenter we have on here is Yejide Owenmila, the president of the African National Women's Organization, a worldwide mass organization of the African People's Socialist Party that brings African women into the revolution. They are involved in campaigns such as Stop Kidnapping Our Children, Arrest the CPS campaign, a process organizing African women to stop the state from stealing our children. And our third panelist this evening, my direct leadership, Columbi Andanette, the current international president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, organizing the African working class in Africa, in Europe, Jamaica, and right here in the US for the Revolutionary National Democratic Program, to put power into the hands of the African working class. She came into political life in the African working class resistance that erupted in Ferguson in response to the police murder of Mike Brown in August 2014. She recently contested elections for the post of alderwoman in Ward 23 of St. Louis, Missouri. The US prisons full of African people and other colonized people has the highest number of prisoners in the world. Uhuru, comrades. Uhuru. And I want to kick things off this evening with Chairman Omali Yeshitela. I want to open it up to you, Chairman, just to speak a little bit on the significance of this topic. All African political prisoners must be freed. Uhuru, Chairman.
Uhuru, thank you so much, Comrade Dexter, and want to just express my appreciation for this particular panel and its significance going into this second day of the third plenary of our 7th Congress. There hasn't been a real opportunity for the people who are participating in this panel like to get together and have some kind of discussion about exactly how this would go, but I want to open it up with a recognition that this discussion is not a new discussion for us. We're talking about 50 years of relentless leadership. And I want to just quote from the working platform of the African People's Socialist Party going back to 1979. And points 6 and 7, I want to read them before turning it over to comrades Kalambai and Yejide. They're smiling. Am I stepping on your participant? Am I stepping on what you're currently doing? Okay, so point number 6, we want the immediate and unconditional release of all Black people who are presently locked down in US prisons. We believe that all the African men and women who are locked down in US concentration camps, commonly known as prisons, are there due to decisions, laws, and circumstances which were created by aliens and foreigners for their own benefit and as a means of genocidal colonialist control. We believe that these decisions, laws, and circumstances were created and are enforced without our consent and are therefore illegitimate. We believe that the African men and women who are locked down in these concentration camps are victims of US colonial ruling class justice, which maintains our enslavement and terrorizes our people, and that they should therefore be released immediately to the just representatives of our struggle for liberation, independence, and socialist democracy. Number 7 of the 14-point platform of the African People's Socialist Party. Again, this is something that was created in 1979. It was something that the 1981 First Congress of the African People's Socialist Party adopted officially at that Congress. Number 7, we want complete amnesty for all African political prisoners and prisoners of war from US prisons or their immediate release to any friendly country which will accept them and give them political asylum. We believe that the US prisons are used as illegitimate, as the illegitimate tool for torturing, murdering, and holding captive those courageous daughters and sons of Africa who through their patriotic deeds or spoken or written words in support of the cause of our liberation have become political prisoners and prisoners of war. We believe, along with the majority of the people, that it is the duty of the enslaved to resist slavery and colonialism and to fight for socialism. And those who do so are patriots and heroines and heroes and should be held in the highest esteem. So this is how we see prison issue and how we see the question of political prisoners. And I know that these comrades are going to say some things to extend this discussion. But I want to say that historically, the African People's Socialist Party has always, since its inception, been involved in this question of political prisoners and prisoners of war. There's never not been a time. In 1966, even prior to the founding of the party, I became a political prisoner after tearing that mural down, and which was the first direct action, Black Power action in this country. That would happen in December 29th, 1969. March 2nd, I think it was, just less than 4 months later, that example is what pushed the Black Panther Party in Sacramento, New York, into an act against at the state assembly there, where many people got arrested. And I spent much of the time after that, up until 1973, in and out of prison. And the party stood struggling with this case that I carried from my SNCC experience all the way into the creation of the African People's Socialist Party. And even a year after its founding, it took a year after its founding before we were able to push ourselves free from that. But there was a case of Connie Tucker, political prisoners out of Florida also, who had one time been the Florida chairperson of JOMO and was one of the founding members of the African People's Socialist Party, who was arrested in Tampa, Florida. and she was arrested in Tampa, Florida, for possession of marijuana. And the trial was so ridiculous. The charge was so clearly politically motivated that they convicted her despite they had no evidence. They had no evidence. They said, we don't have any evidence because we had to use it all up testing it to find out what it was. And so, and she was sentenced to prison. She went to prison because of that. We struggled around this question. Al Courtney was another of the comrades who were in the party. So we have that kind of history. And then, of course, we were engaged in struggles around Angela Davis and other people who were political prisoners around this country. Around 1968, I think it was, the Socialist Workers' Party, which at the time was a Trotskyist organization that factored into the development of Workers' World Party and some of the other iterations that's come subsequent to that. They had decided they were going to have an anti-Vietnam War mobilization. And I think the theme was something like no more Vietnams. And they had met and determined that the only slogan would be something to the effect of bring the boys home. And so me and a couple of other comrades attended that conference they had in Gainesville, Florida, with shotguns, and stood up on the platform and said, there's nowhere in hell we're going to have a statewide mobilization here in Florida, talking about bring the boys home, and that's the only thing that's going to be said. We got too many political prisoners, all these political prisoners, Africans being locked up everywhere. We're going to use this to demand the freedom of political prisoners, and the mobilization in terms of where it's going to be is going to be held in St. Petersburg, Florida. And after they came out from under the tables and stuff like that, they agreed that it should be held in St. Petersburg, Florida, and that we would be able to talk about the issue of political prisoners. I'm just saying this, that there's never been a time. Desi Woods became one of the most significant political prisoner struggles that happened in this country. It was responsible for, under the leadership of the party, the first mobilization, mass mobilization happened in Atlanta, Georgia, held by the pro-independence or the anti-colonial African movement. In many, many years after we had been crushed, we held demonstrations in Plains, Georgia, which was the hometown of James Earl Carter, who was a plantation owner, a white man who became president of the United States. We fought and made the US government have to free Pitts and Lee, two young African men who had been locked up for 12 years for murder of a white man that another white man had confessed to having done. And so we've always been engaged in this issue of political prisoners. It's not new to us. And we formed the African National Prison Organization as a consequence of groups getting together with the party after the Desi Woods mobilization in Atlanta, Georgia, and having achieved an element of confidence that it's possible for us to organize an anti-colonial movement around the question of prisoners. And this contributed also further to the political prison work we did. The main organizer for the African National Prison Organization was Mafundi Lake, who had been a political prisoner in Alabama, and who was fighting, has historically fought around that issue, fought around it when he was in prison, fought around it when he got out of prison, and was just, that's a statement about the party's involvement in the issue of political prisoners, prisoners of war, and why it was absolutely something we had to do. So I think I just wanted to introduce it, I guess, to that extent, and hope, as I said earlier, that I didn't step on the presentation that anybody else was going to make, either of these two comrade sisters were going to make. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, and who is leading this now? Should I say?
Oh, Chairman. Oh, thank you. Thank you. No.
So go ahead. Uhuru.
Yeah, no toes were stepped on. I just want to appreciate that presentation. And just
what comrade yesterday made, you want to finish? You want to follow up yesterday?
Yeah.
Y'all can, I know everybody's eager to do it. So
you got it. You're on mute, comrade. Oh, someone. Oh, we need to mute. We need to unmute these comrades.
Uhuru.
Uhuru.
I'm sorry.
Uhuru.
Oh, yeah, just did.
Oh, I'm not sure. I thought Kalamba. Me? Okay, cool. All right. Firstly, I just want to just appreciate the 50 years of relentless struggle toward African redemption and this entire African People's Socialist Party plenary. It's been dope so far, the first 2 days. And I just really appreciate the leadership of our chairman. A huge salute to the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, who is my direct leadership. And just all of the developments that you have given to the African nation over the last 50 years. The main one for me is the whole question of really determining that the contradiction for us is colonialism. Because if we don't understand colonialism, we won't understand the political prisoner question. Because we have a lot of the people who are organizing in and around this issue talking about racism, as if racism was the basis for why African people are in jail for 60, 70 years underneath these claims of resisting against the imperialist system. But that's not it, it's colonialism. And without that profound development that was contributed to the African nation, like we would still be in a shroud of mystery around who is our enemy, who is our enemy, and what we have to do to destroy our enemy. Because when we're talking about racism, it's like the only thing we got to do is negotiate with racists for them to free us, or for them to have a position that will allow us to be out of jail, or we just have to just make them like us a little bit differently in order for us to win our freedom. But the harder position to take, the more finite position to take, is that we have to, because colonialism is uncompromising, right? Like we have to either be colonized or not colonized. And the way that we are not colonized is by destroying the colonizer, destroying the colonialism. And these political prisoners who are in jail, the colonial jails right now, made a conscious decision to destroy the colonizer. They made a conscious decision to organize other African people to also destroy the colonizer. And their place right now in the colonial prison system is a example to other African people that you should not do what they did. That's why Sundiata has been in jail for over 5 decades. That's why Rochelle McGee has been in jail for over 60 years, because they're an example to any African who would ever think of challenging the system. And a lot of the appeals to the people to get them out, colonizers to get them out, has been more about health issues, but the colonizer will help them die there. As we struggle to get them out, we have to shift the positions of power toward African people and really free African people from these prisons. Because when it comes to veterans and patriots of the African nation, it's not the ones that went into war to fight for the US colonizers to dominate some other place around the world. It's the Africans who actually gave their life to make sure that we would be free, actually took up arms against the colonizer to defeat colonialism. And so for that, we really have to really raise up our political prisoners and also fight to make sure that their stories and that their freedom is achieved through our efforts. We can't depend on the colonizer to be swayed by, goodwill, but we African people have to demand that these African heroes be freed from the clutches of colonialism and fight for their freedom to make sure that it's so. And so I just truly appreciate the chairman's political analysis around this and just really just dealing with this whole question of colonialism, because that helps African people understand the context under which we are living, so that we aren't confused about why the cop walked off free after killing a child. We're not confused as to why white vigilantes chase down a Black man and murder him and then submit the video to the police, and they still have to go on trial as if that's not evidence enough that they've just committed murder. We're not confused by that, because even regular, everyday white people
are an arm of the state. They operate just like the police. They operate just like every other white person ever operated in the foundation of colonialism to protect what is theirs, and that is the colonial question, the whole question of colonialism. They are here to protect that thing. And so we also have to recognize that in the US, this is a colony. White people are indigenous to this land. They came from Europe, came here, colonized the land, destroyed the people, kidnapped, created a worldwide system of capitalism based on the kidnapped and trade of African people and the theft of our resources and the modification of our land. And they use our labor to build up their entire worldwide monetary system. In addition, their power structure, colonialism, is the thing that did that. And so when we look at that and if we look at that as the foundation of the United States, then we know that everything that was erected underneath those premises are the things that is there to protect the colonizers. They're created by the colonizers. That was created to protect this thing that they created based on them killing, raping, pillaging, exploiting, oppressing the entire world. So this is the basis for why courts are created, schools are created, museums, and who the heroes are, who are not the heroes, who are the enemies. The preconditions for all of that has been based on colonialism. I just wanted to just really emphasize that because I just think that without that, it's really hard to really have a discussion around political prisoners. It really is. Because then you think that, oh, they're just being mean to these Africans and they just don't want to let them out. And that's just not the case. And so it also really helps us understand why somebody who made a conscious decision, they weren't politicized to a certain degree, but they know that they were being oppressed, like Desi was behind us, who we identify as a political prisoner because she directly killed the colonizer. She destroyed the colonizer that was trying to rape her, and that was the basis for the party's first organizing of the Free Desi Woods campaign, and really the first international campaign that the party worked on. That's significant because even in these acts that we are engaged in, we recognize that we are fighting against the colonizer. And even folks who aren't fighting or killing the colonizer, killing one another in our communities, these are conditions that were created because of colonialism. That these are the issues, that the crack economy, the poverty, all of these things that have been created that creates the economic and social conditions that African people are subjected to. And that African people who are colonized are interacting with each other and every day and understand the world based on these conditions that colonialism created. So that's why we start to see that a lot of African people are being incarcerated because of the conditions that we are subjected to because of colonialism. And that's all African people are in reality political prisoners because we are still colonized. We haven't destroyed colonialism yet. So anything that we are engaged in because of colonialism, the conditions that colonialism created, makes us all political prisoners. And so I just want to appreciate the chairman for also drawing that conclusion around, just the question of colonialism and how that relates, not just to conscious political prisoners, but for all African people who are still struggling to define the world for ourselves within the system that is, still dominating us. And so the essential question for us is that we, as the African People's Socialist Party, have also determined that we have to destroy the colonizer, that there's no way out for us, that this is the only position that we have to take, and that there's no negotiation, there's no, fiddle-faddling about how we're going to get to that point. The conclusion is that if we ever want to see our political prisoners freed, and free them all, and all the jails opened up, we got to destroy colonialism. We got to destroy the structures that keeps those keys and those locks in those jails. And we have to do everything possible to make that happen. And so that requires the party to organize and to build and to go out into the world and recruit and bring in more members so that we can actually be that we are building the motive force for ending this relationship that African people have with the colonial colonizer. And so, it's really important that in that context that, I'm the president of the African National Women's Organization. So I definitely want to bring in some discussion around just the way that African people African men and women are being impacted through the carceral state of the colonial state around, what impact it has on our community. And so we start to see that although African people in general are incarcerated at higher rates, African women are also being pushed into prison at at higher rates than any other woman in the United States, even though we aren't the majority woman in the United States. So that really helps us understand that just like we have schools where Black children are criminalized more, we have Black children who are being kidnapped and taken out of homes of Black parents. We have African men who are incarcerated at higher rates. We have Black women who are incarcerated at higher rates. This is not a coincidence. This is not because of racist policies, as people like to identify. It's because of the colonial structure that was erected on the oppression and exploitation and murder of African people. This is the pedestal upon which the system has been founded. And so it's going to continue to be parasitic and take from us everything, including the very basis of our life, as our interactions with one another, and also determine for us what is right and what is wrong. Because at one point, slavery was legal. At one point, you can kill 2,000 African people and that nobody blinked an eye. And so, the colonizer determines what is right and what is wrong. And of course, anything African is wrong. I mean, it's even the basis for how, you can have police in schools primarily around, I like to bring this up because even though white children are the ones that are going up and shooting up these schools, the most police are in Black inner city schools, policing our children, creating an opportunity for them to cultivate this relationship and identify how they can get more of African people off of the street through their relationship to us in schools and every other place that they are. And so I say that because even in the African National Women's Organization, we had to contend with that, with a campaign that we did called Black Girls Rap Wednesday, where we had to contend with these policies in school that would criminalize African children, and that at these young ages, we had to contend with the police. And so there's always opportunities for the colonial state to come in and criminalize African people. And at every single point, we should be challenging them, calling the colonial question, making sure that they understand that they operate as colonial army in our communities, and that everybody else knows that too, so that there's no question about the relationship that the police have to us and the relationship that the penal state, the colonial penal state, has to us as well. And so, and it's also really important to identify African women, and that most of the things that they are going to jail, that we are going to jail for, is drugs. And let's just take a step back around drugs offense, because drug offenses and how that has impacted the African community. It's the state, the US colonial state, that flooded the African community with crack cocaine as a measure to bring down whatever was left of the Black Revolution of the 60s. It created a devastating toll on the African community. It devastated our entire community. Our mamas was on crack, aunties and uncles, somebody was stealing from us, our brothers were selling it. It created a devastating toll on our community, and the US government facilitated that. And this is the highest reason why Black women are in jail right now, is because of drug offenses. So it's a secular thing that is created by the colonizer to ensure that they always are attacking attacking African people. They've created this drug war that has lasted decades and still continues to be a major input and a surefire win for making sure that Black people stay in jail. And when we talk about how this impacts Black women more, is that mothers who are Black women, or people or women who are in jail, are, many of them, 60% of them, are the primary caregivers for our families. So when you incarcerate a Black woman, you are basically, destroying the relationship that they have to their husbands or to their families, and definitely to the children that they are mothering. And so this tears at the fabric of the social fabric of the African community, where you can destroy. I mean, there's so many ways that the state is tearing away at the African community, and this is just another thing that's added to it. And the weight of that is really insurmountable, it's immeasurable. And there's no way that you can negotiate with the state to end the imprisonment of African people. You have to destroy it. You have to destroy the colonial state. You have to do it. There's no way out. And then there's also like other ways that African women are impacted, even if they're not in prison. Like there are African women who support people and their loved ones who are in prison. Even when Black men are incarcerated, Black fathers are incarcerated. Who are the breadwinners of the family. That creates a whole ripple effect that impacts the entire community, particularly with Black mothers with whom they are sharing their resources with. And then there was a 2015 study with the New York Times that said that there were 1.5 million Black men who were missing just off the face of the earth, right? Like there's like 1.5 million Black men missing. 600,000 of those, they have documented who are in prison. And there's another 900,000 who are prematurely dead, or they're not in public view. I'm not sure what that means. Like they said, it's not in public view. But that is a tremendous sort of statement to the devastating impact of colonial. It's like a tremendous example of what genocide is. And in prisons, prisons in the carceral state is like really a key component of that. And when you look at like even how like this prison question really erected, it was like, after, so-called slavery ended and African people were emancipated, here they come now with this thing called Carbon Gleason, where they're like, oh, let's get all these niggas back in jail. Let's get them to still do all the things that we need them to do, and we're just going to incarcerate them. And that really just helps you understand like how it is that now prisons are an economy for towns, little white honky-dunk towns somewhere in the Omaha mountains, or does Omaha have mountains? I don't know, but like somewhere in the mountains, somewhere Colorado, whatever. These honky-dunk towns now have federal prisons, and their economy of their towns booms because these inmates, these Africans who are in prison, employing people to be in their jails, but they also are producing material to be sold. It really just brings it 100% full focus to Africans who might have been in the dark. Because when you start to look at one thing and it leads, and I've just talked about a whole bunch of stuff, when it leads to one thing and another thing and another thing, that there's no pocket that we can be in to kind of work on this narrow issue without really looking at what we really have to do, because that narrow issue can be overturned. A narrow thing that you might have won around the question of political prisoners and just prisons at general, that thing could be won, but it could be overturned tomorrow because the same people who are in power. Colonialism is intact, and colonialism will rectify itself unless we unrectify it by destroying it. Unless we build the capacity for ourselves and our people to build our own, but just by destroying this entity, this social system. And so I know I might have talked all over the place, but I really just wanted to capture like the whole question of prisons, recognizing the conscious revolutionaries who consciously gave their life to ensure that African people would be free. And to also understand that we are not yet free means that we have to make tremendous moves to get that freedom, to open up the gates, unlock the gates, and let our people out so that we can realize, and at that point, we'll know that we've realized we have created the conditions to which we can start to rectify our issues, because we would have won. Colonialism would have been done. We would no longer be colonized, and we can free them all. So I'm just going to stop there. Uhuru, Chairman. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru.
Who President, I just want to unite what you said, comrade. Free them all, and just want to salute what you just said as far as any struggle that's not to overturn colonialism is short-sighted. And just one thing you said towards the end, as far as even if we were to get some little kind of concession or some little victory because of the small struggle, it could still be overturned if we don't take down the entire system. So I really want to appreciate what you just said, comrade. Now I want to pass it over to President Kalambai. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru. I just really want to appreciate Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Yejide and being a part of this panel and being part of a member of the African People's Socialist Party. And, you know, just being on this panel talking about political prisoners. So, you know, I represent the International People Democratic Uhuru Movement and the international president. And a lot has been laid out and said, and I unite full-heartedly with, you know, everything that Chairman said and everything that Yejide say. And the thing about African Internationalists, like we all, you know, are saying the same thing no matter where we are. And that is what attracted me to this movement. And when we're talking about political prisoners and we talking about, and as the leader of the International People Democratic Uhuru Movement, our mass organization, in the hand under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party, it's super critical. What we're saying is theory is key. It's so important for the African working class to know who they are and who their enemies are, because everything that has been given to us, everything that we know about ourselves, everything that has been defined, what is a crime, what is a prisoner, has been defined by the very people that have enslaved us. And, you know, so I always, you know, think about, you know, EPDM and AMWO, mass organizations, we are on the grounds, you know, doing practical work, you know what I'm saying, to deepen the understanding of our oppression. And African people have to understand this, this whole thing. So I know when I came into political life, the burning spirit point, and Chairman said, I hope I ain't step on nobody told you didn't, Chairman. I appreciate, I'm happy that you read those points because that's exactly where I was going. I was going to page 10 because that became my Bible. And when reading page 10 and even talking to people about page 10 and reading these points, I remember reading it and being like having a whole fit, like, wait a minute, are they tripping? They said they want to open up the doors and let all of the people out. I'm like, wait a minute, you know, like it's some molesters. It's some people like, wait a minute, y'all want to open up the doors? But I remember Chairman saying, you either want the power or you don't. You can't share power. And so when you really understand colonialism, you understand that it got to be destroyed. It's no good colonialism. It ain't no peaceful colonialism. And so you have to understand that they can't say who goes to jail and they don't, because they are the criminals that have raped, committed genocide and horrific things to our community. And then they are the defining fact of who go to jail or not. No, open up the doors. And that is going to be a job for many, as I heard Chairman say, that's going to be a job. And when we get free, we're going to have to open up the doors and decide who's going to be in jail and who's not. And a lot of them that have been putting people in jail is going to be in. And so these conversations, when we're talking about political prisoners, we just laid out, it's people that are conscious political prisoners. And then we have people that they have demonized or because of the contradictions in our community of being colonized individuals that they put in jail, and how Yejide just laid it out so beautifully, just laid it out, just point blank period, how it affects the whole community. The whole community suffers from this, this whole institution that they have called prison. And the whole white world benefits off this thing. And then if we don't understand, if we don't take this message on the grounds, because as we talk about this, what we want to stand to gain in everything that we do, what is the to what end? The to what end is that we have to organize, bring the African working class into political life so we can help them to understand. Because if you don't know who you are, you will be speaking as your oppressor. I did. I will hear people say, well, they deserve to go to jail. Well, that's, we asked them to enslave us, and so that's why theory is so critical, comrades. And the work that we do is so critical. It's a time I was looking in the archives and talking to Comrade Masamela Odom, that's always in the archives. And we was talking about the political prisoners and looking at the history of the party. And as Chairman said, it has never been a time that the party has not been clear on this question and has not been organizing constantly on this question. And it was a time that in certain prisons, And this is why the George Jackson level is so critical. It was a time that people couldn't come on the yard unless you was a hooroo. We have to turn these factories into institutions of revolutionaries, the African internationalists. That's what these institutions have to come. So, Director Akile with the getting the Burning Spirit newspaper inside of those prisons are critical. But we can't just be happy with that. We have to go beyond that. And so the George Jackson level, and even us calling it George Jackson level, the party, called this the George Jackson level before Columbia came into the picture. And so I was on the phone talking with Chairman, and he said George Jackson, got political in prison. So we see that brothers and sisters go to jail, and then they go into the library, and they deepen their understanding why they got there and who put them there and all these things. And George Jackson, that's what he represents. So when we raise his name up, that's what we saying. We saying that we understand, sister, brother. You know what I'm saying? We ain't blaming you for the situation that you find yourself in prison. You know what I'm saying? But you have to come under the leadership of the African People's Socialist Party. So you won't just be the class, but you will be the greatest attachment of the African working class. And so, and the work that we are doing in San Diego, that we did in San Diego, who now is the chair of the George Jackson level, that is going to be carrying this campaign out. And on Monday, when we lay out our report, you will hear more details on the George Jackson level of how we're going to be organized and wherever we are. And if you're a member of the party, this is what we're going to be carrying out in our region strategies, how we're going to be building everywhere we are. So on the grounds, and we know that everybody in the African community knows somebody that's in prison. This is the reality that we live in. And so this is another tactic and a strategy that the party has always had to win. You know what I'm saying? To win, to make this revolution, because the masses are nothing without the African People's Socialist Party. And the party has to win the masses to win our liberation, because none of us are free unless we are all free. And so we have to grind hard, because just being we are not just a thinking organization. We're not just one that puff our heads of having great debates and conversation, because there's some people out here that's organizing that, say that they raising up political prisoners, and that's just all that it is. But we saying that to what end is liberation. That is what it is. Complete liberation to redeem African people, and using, and that's why political prisoners have to be high up on our agenda. And also one of the things that, that we have to do more work on, that is very critical, because EPDM is a democratic organization. We fight for the democratic rights. We can't let the neo-colonial puppets have no space. And they try to take these spaces. Here in St. Louis, we had a workhouse. They try to change the whole narrative to be about just closing down the workhouse because of the conditions. No, we were saying, let them out. They don't even need to be in the workhouse with these petty crimes because they can't pay a $50 ticket being held in the conditions of the workhouse. But the neo-colonials got in front of the movement and changed the whole narrative, and then gave people a pacifier by closing down the building. But the conditions is still the same. People are still being held with a $50 ticket, and now they have to travel, and family have to travel far because they don't shut down the workhouse. See, this is why you can never let the neo-colonial puppets lead this struggle, because they would change the narrative, and they would sell us out. And that's what the opportunity is. They will sell us out every time. And you out there protesting, yelling, think you getting something, and you ain't got nothing. And so that's why we have to make sure that our line is very crystal clear, and not allow the neo-colonial puppets and these opportunists, the white left, to get in front of this question of political prisoners and try to carry this conversation. We have to. We have to take up the space. And so even when we're talking about teaching people how to actually go and be jurors, you know what I'm saying, to be on the jurors, to actually use this as another tactic of revolutionary strategy, knowing that, simply just being on the jurors ain't going, that's not going to be the end goal. But to what Chairman says, he always say that they can do business as usual. So that's what we creating, bottleneck, you know what I'm saying, chaos in their own system. So they can't do business as usual. So we have to teach people how to be the jurors. So how to answer the questions, how to go down and be on the jury. So they can't just do business as usual. So again, I really appreciate this discussion, brothers and sisters, comrades. We have much work to do. This whole plenary, man, has inspired me more and more that we are winning. We see all the elements there. The revolution is live and it is lit. And it is time for us to step up and take this work to the next level. So let's build the George Jackson. Let's build NWO. Let's build. I want to salute Deputy Chair Office too, because they doing work on this level as well. With in St. Louis, us having places where brothers and sisters will have a place to stay, and that whole work economy, all that. That's us saying they can't take this. They can't have this conversation. We're gonna be on every front with programs and ways to make sure that we lead this discussion when we talk about who is a political prisoner and how we should organize around political prisoners. So again, I just want to salute this amazing plenary. Uhuru.
Uhuru. How are we doing for time, comrades? How are we doing for time? Uhuru. Can you hear me, comrades? How are we doing
20
for
minutes.
Time? How much?
20 minutes.
I want to just appreciate so much everything that's been said by these comrades up to now. And I want to help everybody to understand, when you recognize colonialism, you recognize that relationship we have to the United States government, all of its institutions, is illegitimate. It's legal because the state has the ability to legalize itself. So they can go in and make it legal, but it's illegitimate. It has no legitimacy. There's nothing about this that we have to respect or we should respect. And I just think that's really important. And I think also we talk about this question of what is happening, the number of women. I saw that Comrade Deputy Chair, I think it was, made comments in the chat about the number of the escalation. I think it's more than 500% or more escalation of, was it 500 or more of women? An African woman is 8 times more likely than a white woman. So over a 5-year period, the incarceration rate of African women increased by 828%. An African woman is 8 times more likely than a white woman to be imprisoned. African women make up nearly half of the country's female prison population, with most serving sentences for nonviolent drug or property-related offenses. And the thing is that it's really important. African women make up this growing number of people in prison. African men make up this huge number of people in prison. Colonialism. These are colonial institutions. And what has happened, so I wanted to say that I think it's really important, and I don't want to, to recognize, first of all, that this whole illegitimacy of colonialism in terms of what we have to do to win our freedom. There are more African people in prison in the United States than there are in countries in some places in the world. There are more Africans in prison in the United States than there are people in countries in some places around the world. That's colonialism that we're looking at. And I think it's important to say that. And I also think the fact is that it's been stated during this process already that anybody who lives under colonial domination and is imprisoned during that process is a political prisoner. It doesn't matter. There is no way. I mean, they make all the rules, they set all the terms, and the terms that colonized you in the first place put you in a situation where you would even have a relationship with them. I would know a white person if they hadn't come to Africa and kidnapped us and brought us here and what have you. So they make the laws, they come and get us, and they make laws to justify coming to get us. They make laws, enslave us, they enslave us and make laws to justify enslaving us. In fact, the law is such that you have to make a war to end it, to stop it, enslaving us. So this is what we're looking at. 1 out of every 8 human beings on earth who is in prison is an African in the United States. This is what we are looking at. So it's no legitimacy. Not legitimate if it's women, legitimate, it's an illegitimate thing. So that's the first thing. Second thing has already been mentioned here, is that there are all Africans, it's almost like colonialism is prison. Africans live as a nation behind bars. But the thing is that there are conscious political prisoners. There are political prisoners, people who become political prisoners because they are active, because they challenge the situation. That's why it's really important for us to recognize that, because we have to give special attention to those comrades who made a determination. I'm gonna fight these, I'm gonna fight them. I'm gonna try to change this, either in the beginning or once they get there and they learn stuff. We have to make that distinction, even though we know everybody's a political prisoner, but we gotta pay attention to those comrades who stepped up and say that I'm taking everybody out of here. I'm taking everybody, all of us are a nation behind bars, but I intend to take everybody out of prison. That's what has happened. I think it's really important for us to recognize, especially people like Sundiata. I visit Sundiata in prison. I used to think, how to break him out of prison. That was my plot. I go to visit Sundiata when he was locked up in Trenton, New Jersey, and I'm watching this whole process like we can get him out of here. You understand? I don't care about the law or anything except I don't want to be trapped by it. But so the thing is, get everybody out, and all of them have to be out of prison. I think it's important to recognize the significance of these political prisoners who are conscious, who actually said that Black people are a nation behind bars, and I'm going to take everybody out. I'm going to break them out. I'm going to help become organized to get everybody out. So we have to do everything we can to support those. And what happened in this country is that some people don't understand. And this includes some people who've been involved in trying to deal with the political prisoner issue. They don't understand that because there was no meaningful help for those Africans who went to prison. There was no meaningful help coming from outside, from Black people, Africans who were not in prison. And that's because to crush the Black liberation movement, they put damn near everybody in prison. There was nobody out to help. The organizations were destroyed, wiped out, and what have you. And the party was one of the few organizations that was out here trying to build, and we recognized that they were in prison as political prisoners because of an assault on the Black revolution. They didn't just, they were not just locked up. They were locked up because they were meaningful forces to make this revolution. So we have to continue this revolution. And the part of the process of continuing this revolution has to be go back and get these comrades and do what we can to get them out. I mean, we got people who they call us, like they treat like it's some kind of a victory. They keep a comrade, lock him up in prison, and then let him out 2 weeks before he dies or something to that effect. We got people like Ruchell McGee been locked up for 64 years. Sundiata for more than 50 years in prison, an old man in prison. And this is ruthless on the part of the colonizer. They know exactly what they do. And they know that the only reason they can get away with doing it is because of lack of organization and clarity on the part of the African people. So that's why the party is so important. And why we have to take on this question of political prisoners in a very serious way. I look at things, like somebody mentioned this before, because they open all kinds of doors to make sure Africans go into prison. So you have a situation, this is what must be understood. It was already mentioned, inferred. You have a situation where the integrationists fight to integrate everything in America, integrate to get into the school system. So the white man lets you go to school with the white people, but when they let you go to school with the white people, they put the police on the campus to protect the white children, protect the white teachers who are gonna run everything in there. They call them some kind of school resource officers. They're not there to keep people from shooting the students. That's the white people doing that kind of stuff. They put them there everywhere. They put fences around campus to separate the African community from the campus, that kind of thing. And so they set up a situation where there's a much greater likelihood that Africans are going to go to prison right there in school. How many videos have you seen how the cops on the school come there and crush African people? We've seen white cops body slam African girls and things like that. That's the situation we live at. And it's colonialism. It's a rotten, foul social system. America is a colonial empire, and it was born as a colonial empire, and it's going to have to be destroyed as a political empire, colonial empire.
And the thing is that you hear people talking about justice for you can't get justice from the white man. You can't get justice from the colonizer. You get justice when you take your own power and you get justice. And part of our power has to be for the purpose of locking up the white man, locking up the colonizer, putting them in jail for the crimes that they committed against African people, and actually being able to have trials such as what we started doing in 1982 with the World Tribunal on Reparations. That's the kind of thing that's going to make the difference, is you have to have the power to do that. State power is what it takes to do that. And so just to be fighting to make white people like you or to make America better, to improve the system or something like that, well, you'll be here forever. And our objective has to be to get out of here and to free them all, and to free comrades like Sundiata and all these other men and women who had the courage to step forward and to try to make this revolution to rescue our people, because they don't believe in this law themselves in that way. They will legalize themselves. I've been in courtrooms. I've been in courtroom where they had this young brother, Andre Shelton, who took a fall because a young African woman may have been in the movement at that time, was accused of having stolen $10 worth of groceries. He accepted it as something he did. And the white man, the judge, said from his bench that if I believe that you believe what Joe Waller believes, I'm going to give you everything I can, and gave this young brother 10 years in prison. That's what that's what their belief is in this law and the social system, and rule by law has nothing to do with us. It's rule without regards for law that we live under, which is nothing but dictatorship, and that's what colonialism is. So we have to, this is a really important struggle that we have to be involved in. So I don't want to, belabor this, and I know that I probably exhausted the time that we have for this panel. Uhuru, comrade.
Uhuru, Chairman. Uhuru, Chairman. I just want to ignite everything you said. Free them all, free them all, free them all. I want to appreciate everything you just laid out, Chairman. We do have about 10 minutes, 10 minutes to cover a few questions. I just want to read one comment real quick from our comrade King L. Says, true indeed, Chairman, the statistics are staggering. Really appreciate that distinction you made between legal and legitimate. And also let's go to the questions now. We have one from the top. This is actually a question from me. Chairman, can you speak a little on what you mean when you say turn prisons into revolutionary universities?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons they fight to keep the burning spear from getting into the newspaper and getting into the prisons. When that newspaper hits that prison, they literally wear it out. I mean, they really wear it out. They pass it from cell to cell, from cell.
So we're having a little bit of
block, cell block. Africans are reading this, studying this, and Malcolm much of his in written, but we really don't have access to that much. And
yeah, who Chairman? It seems like we getting some distortions on your end. Is everybody experiencing the same thing?
Once in prison, if they are provided, you have a student who can lead there and lock into our room.
Uhuru.
Yeah, it's looking a little grainy.
Yeah, but we did catch what you were saying, Chairman, just about how the efforts to stop the spear from making it into the prisons, and I've heard that same thing too, that it gets passed around from cell to cell to where it's basically in pieces, falling apart.
Yeah.
But if your feedback is back, if you want to sum it up again, Chairman, and we can.
Well, I just want to. Is this better in terms of? Yeah, I just want to say that these Africans who are in these prisons, what we find is if they have access to.
Yes, we're having the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. Well,
to information, to theory, to an opportunity. What do you got to know? I'm frozen.
Yes.
It looks like you're frozen.
It's like it's trying to catch the chair.
Okay, so I'll back off and let you come. Looks like my internet situation is rather shaky, so I'll let you have it. Uhuru.
Looks like Zoom.
Just wanted to just unite what Chairman said about the because my daughter's father's in prison, and he was being, I sent him the burning spear. And then he also would be confronted by some other burning spears that were circling around in his same prison, and how, people would just, would just say, oh, pass it around here and here. And so I just wanted to unite with that and just, really share that.
Yeah. And I just wanted to unite with that as well and say that, because of the burning spear going into the prisons, we received so many letters from inmates all the time, writing us from and appreciating the Burning Spear newspaper. And we had an inmate that had his own check. He took his own resources and wanted to become beyond just the George Jackson. He sent, he wanted to become a member of EPDM. And so it's just so powerful to see. We don't even seen members of our party that got the Burning Spear newspaper, became a member, and got out, and joined the ranks on the grounds of our movement. And so I just really wanted to say that because I didn't know that really the first introduction I had to the party was before Mike Brown died, because my brother had heard of the Burning Spear newspaper, and he used to bring it when he come to the visiting room, and he used to always want to, but I used to feel like it was like against God or something, because he was getting political in jail, but we were raised Christian. So when I would go visit him, he would come, wanting to share this new information that he was finding in prison. And so, like he even had, heard of the Burning Spear newspaper, had been influenced by the Burning Spear newspaper in prison.
I wanted to add to that, ANWO had an initiative a few years ago about really raising the amounts of Burning Spear newspapers that would go to African women in prisons, because we recognize that there wasn't enough of that. And really, African women are starving for this information. And when they don't have it, they're left to believe that the reason why they're in prison is because of their own doing, not recognizing that if the majority of African women are going to prison on drug charges, then they need to have something that explains to them how the drugs got into the community and how this is contributing toward them being incarcerated. And so I'm gonna put a call out here that if you know of any African women in prison, or just sponsor it so that we can send more African women in prison Burning Spear newspapers, I think that we should do that. So go sign up on the burningspear.com website and sponsor a prisoner, and just make sure that we can send it to an African woman in prison, because that's really, we need to have more African women coming out of those institutions politicized.
And part of what was really important is stuff that we've used. I'm still bad, aren't I? The sound is still messed up.
We can hear
you. Yeah. Part of what needs to happen is work that we used to do, and we would go to prisons, and especially on visiting days and things like that, and we would pass out propaganda to visitors who were going in to see prisoners, and they would, take information. We would pass information out when they were coming out of prisons, and this would somehow affect their ability to communicate. And we do that at women's prisons as well. And I think that would be part of the way we reach them. And we would organize capacity to take people to visit in the prisons. Because the fact is, as it was already mentioned by somebody, they build these prisons in these way out places to help become a part of the economy for these white people. So white people now who had no economy at all, now they got a Walmart, they got all kinds of things. You got phone companies that charge extraordinary amounts of money for people to use, the prisoners to use the phone, or the families of the prisoners to pay the phone to be able to talk to them. Whole industry grow up around that. And that's the kind of thing that that people are confronted with, and they can't get there. So we need to be able to organize on such and such a day, on however often a month, where people can sign up, and they might be able to contribute to gas or something like that, and we can get them to the prisons to visit. We can do propaganda work when we do that, when we're going in, that kind of thing. And that will be a way that we can reach those sisters who are locked up in those prisons, as well as other African men who are locked up. Uhuru. Let me tell you, they're very vicious. Colonialism you can't overstate the cruelty of colonialism. Every aspect of our life under colonial mode of production, they take our children, and you find them now creating situations where they would send children into adult prisons. And they know the consequences of that for these boys. These boys are going to be raped. They know it. And they set that up. And when these boys come out of prison, then there are real contradictions inside the community. They contribute to a social destabilization in the communities that's already been destabilized. So you got whole communities, especially in public housing, that's where you have just African mothers and children are living there because the men are in prison, or because the system itself requires there not to be any men if there's so-called welfare and that kind of stuff is going to come there. There's no aspect of our lives under colonialism that is what might be considered normal, except normal oppression, normal exploitation, normal humiliation. That's the thing that we live with, and that's what we have to overturn. That's why those brothers and sisters go to prisons, political prison, because they're tired of it and they have decided they're going to step forward to try and do something about it. We have to create the ability to turn the entire African community into something that's hostile to colonialism. Chairman Mao Zedong once said that the gorilla has to be like the fish in the sea, recognizing the sea is the people. And in order for the gorilla to be successful, we have to do a certain element of politicizing that community. So there's a place for them, and the whole community becomes weapons. We talk about people's war against colonialism. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru. Uhuru. All right, so we have, oh, go ahead, comrade. Were you going to say a question? Okay, you said next question.
If there's a question.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. And I was going to say, we actually have a little bit more time, so we're going to take some more questions that we have as well. So this question is from Comrade Soli on YouTube, and it kind of folds into a question that Comrade Dexter posed during one of the presentations. So her question is, what's the importance of emphasizing quote unquote all when we say free them all? And the part of the question that Comrade Dexter raised was, in the panel we discussed, like even the killers and the molesters, like, so how do we expand that and expound on that? Uhuru.
How do you say that I'm against colonialism when it comes to the police shooting you, but I'm for colonialism for the police putting you in jail, or putting somebody in jail that does something that we don't like? It's like in slavery, African people were in slavery. There were African people who were enslaved and actually killed other African people, stole from other African people. So you say, okay, boss, they did this to us, and so boil them in oil. The thing is that it's an illegitimate relationship. Yes. And what we do is struggle for legitimacy by taking the power ourselves. We are the ones who will make that decision. And if necessary, we set up the circumstances, we have the trial ourselves in our communities based on the recognition of everything and what it means to our community, and then we take care of it. And we develop forces who are capable of taking care of it. That's the responsibility that we have. And to be in a situation where we're pleading, that let's call the police to solve the problem, that doesn't work for us. The police never solve the problem. I don't know of a single issue, an instance in our history where the police solved the problem for us. And I challenge anybody to tell me how the police solved the problem, ever. And so that's what I'm saying. The colonial state cannot solve the problem. We have to assume responsibility as men and women to solve these problems ourselves. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Chairman, I wanted to see if you can deepen because when you were talking, it brought me back to how you explained how this colonial contradiction that we're talking about, it shows itself in so many different ways. Even when we see how, trying to have babies, when all these African men locked up, and, and then the contradiction of how many men to women, the ratio of men and women. And even, a lot of times, like in the hood, and I'm sure this is across the nation, a person, he goes to jail, and the sister, she has to depend on, the community in a certain way. because he's out of the house. But then that comes in a contradiction of when he comes home, because of now she don't had another man there, you know, just all the contradictions that comes along with this whole thing. I love when you break that down, because people have to understand you know, this is why you don't have a man. You know what I'm saying? Because they lock them up.
Yeah, it's incredible contradiction, and the colonizer is vicious because the fact is that human animals are sexual animals, among other things. You don't lose sexuality because somebody goes to prison. You find other means through which you express your sexuality. And so if all the men are locked up, several different kinds of things happen. Isn't that right? I mean, you find men and achieve a certain kind of arrogance because so many women are available and act a certain way in relationship to women. You find women who despise that kind of arrogance in our community and have to find other ways for intimacy that's not degrading, that's not humiliating. Everybody wants to have some kind of intimacy. That's a natural, normal kind of thing for human beings. And so we find avenues and venues through which to express our sexual being, our sexuality. And we're going to do that even if, like in Ferguson, there's only something like 65 men for every 100 women. And in general, Comrade yesterday, I think, made the point about 1.5 million African people having disappeared. In general, there's something like only 88 men for every 100 women. And of course, there are different places where that ratio is even more exaggerated than that. So what do people do? What do people do? What do human animals do under those circumstances? So we find means by which we really want to try to find means through which we can exercise human sexual desires and things like that. And that causes all kinds of distortions in our community. You think you're engaging in what is a normal relationship, and you're clever enough to be able to come up and write treatises on why it's normal, because we have to satisfy our own sense of morality to do what it is the hell we do. But we've been funneled into certain directions by social, what do you call it? Engineering, so certain things you can be guaranteed to happen based on how Africans are treated. And this is one of them. And this whole thing that they do to disrupt our families, and prison functions also as a form of birth control. Prisons function as a form of birth control that is imposed on the African colonized community. And because who's in prison except those, particularly those African men and then women who are at this ripe age, like in terms of reproduction. So the white man who is disappearing from the face of the earth in part because African women white women are not having enough babies to maintain even the population stability, make sure that you can't have any babies either. They bomb the clinics where white women will have abortions, do all of that kind of stuff, to prevent that from happening on the one hand, and lock up Africans and lock up Mexicans and lock up indigenous people so that, and it functions as a form of birth control. This is a losing battle they're engaged in for any number of reasons, but that's part of what is happening with us. So, Uhuru. Comrade Lisa Davis up in the comment says something about they have also literally experimented on Black people behind bars with Depo-Provera, which is known to cause sterilization in men. I mean, so once they get you, they've got you. And that was one of the things I used to love about the members of the Black Liberation Army. I used to love it because these comrades did not believe in staying in prison. They did not believe in staying in prison. I mean, these cats were going to definitely try to get
out of the prison. They did not believe in the legitimacy of the system at all. That was the main characteristic of the history of the Black Liberation Army. That's how they moved. And of course, with the fact that a movement has aged in a sense that the organizations were destroyed and what have you to do that. And these Africans have been in the prisons, have had to build their own committees to try to get out of prison and stuff like that. There was no revolutionary organization, no revolutionary strategic approach that was made by the revolution itself. And so over a period of time of being locked up, that character has been neutralized to a great extent about Africans being willing to do what's necessary to get out of those prisons. So now, because of that, getting out of prison becomes a matter of satisfying the legal requirements and not just legal requirements, because they've been keeping these Africans up, even though they've satisfied all the legal requirements. They want them to scrape and bow. They want to be able, if they let them out, they want to send them out as something that would tell the rest of the African people, this is an example of what will become of you, to turn them into some other kinds of animals that wimps, and somebody, who was it said that sometime we're gonna punk them out. That's what they intend to do. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman. Uhuru. I appreciate that. I want to appreciate everybody who participated on this panel. I know we had time at this point. I just want to end by just reiterating what the burning spear commented here. It says, keep the spear burning inside the wall.
And comment Dexter, somebody mentioned it, but it must be mentioned again.
Yeah.
The program that we are developing right in Oakland, California, in St. Louis, with the Black Power Blueprint, with the workforce, African independence workforce thing, where we are opening up this the Bakery Cafe, and we're setting up a situation where comrades who are in prison can come out of prison. There's a place for them to live. They can go into this program. And the program, there are 4 plexes, and every one of the 4 plexes is named for a political prisoner, Sundiata, and I think Asada, Mutulu Shakur, and somebody else. And the whole thing is named for Comrade out of Alabama, for Comrade Mafundi Lake. So, I mean, our attachment to this question is very real. And we institutionalize this attachment and this struggle. And we've tried to facilitate that also through our work in the Black is Back Coalition. Uhuru, comrades Dexter and Wazee, I know that I stole a little time. I felt like I had a little juice and might be able to get away with it.
Hey, use the juice, comrade.
Use the juicing.
Free them all. Free them all.
Free them all.
Yes, free them all.
Yeah.
Uhuru. And in honor of Sundiata Acoli Day, we actually want to kick it back to you, Chairman, for the summation of the day, and then we'll close out with some announcements, and the MCs will take us up. But Chairman, if you want to just take a moment to give a summation of day 2 of this dynamic plenary.
I just think it's been an extraordinary day. One of the highlights of the day, can you hear me all right now? Is the sound okay from my side? I think one of the highlights of the day that cannot be overstated is that we raised $162,000. You know, Petersburg some time ago to go to the Bay Area, California, to try to initiate a process through which we can generate resources that we need to keep a revolutionary movement alive. We've done everything. We've gone in Florida, we've gone to orange groves and picked oranges to raise money. We've car washed, we've done all other kinds of things. We had a restaurant in St. Petersburg, Florida. But now we've developed such a really important capacity. And it's revealed in the fact that this day, we raised $160,000 that goes to the work of the party. And that is incredible. So I think that's extraordinarily significant for day 2. I also think that the political work statement, the political discussions that we've had been extremely high level. I don't know any place where you can go
and especially among the African working class, but generally speaking, to have such a high level of discussion. I think it was also something that was reflective that the party is not just a talking organization, not just an organization here today, gone tomorrow, but it's an organization that does things, that it's a dialectical approach. The unity of practice and theory was something that was made very obvious throughout today. And also, I'm really appreciative of the fact that we got an opportunity to deal with this question, this very serious question of political prisoners and prisoners of war. And I know that this struggle is nowhere that it needs to be. But I believe in a matter of weeks and months, we're going to see a real escalation of this struggle. And somebody is going to pay a deep and profound price for what they have done to African people, especially in these torture chambers, these concentration camps that they call prisons. And it's our responsibility that we have a memory that is as serious and great as the memory of our oppressors. We get them out. We're going to do everything to overturn this social system, but somebody needs to be smart enough to know that you need to be jumping off overboard. You need to be getting out of this thing because we're coming. And we're coming, and you're going to pay prices for this because we will have the power. And having the power, that means we will be the judges. And being the judges, which means we will also have the ability to actually carry out a sentence against those of who committed all these offenses against African people and the peoples around the world. So I want to just express appreciation to all the comrades. As somebody says, this comrade deputy chair says, Uhuru chairman, sorry, we raised $164,911. Right
wow.
on. Yeah, and then Dennis Knowles said something to the effect that my $50 donation will go into effect on March 1st, Anyway, it was a good day. It was a good day. It was an exciting day. It was a day of enthusiasm, and I really appreciate it so much. Thank you so much, comrade brothers and sisters. It was a day that clearly demonstrated the relentless character of the African People's Socialist Party and the leadership over the last 50 years that we provided for the old African Revolution. We are the custodians of the African Revolution and have been subsequent to Marcus Garvey's movement been crushed. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Chairman. And Deputy Chair just put in the chat to remind us that your office report was also outstanding as well. So just all around badass.
Thank you. I agree. I never, and these comrades suffer because I'm always reluctant to pat ourselves on the back, but they did an extraordinary job. It was great work that they did in bringing this forward. I got a great team with me, and it's getting better because they're people in the wings ready to come into this office, and we're going to pull it together. Thank you so much, comrades. Uhuru.
Right on.
Vanguard up.
Vanguard up.
Vanguard up. Uhuru.
Uhuru chairman.
Uhuru, relentless.
You're relentless. I know we have a few announcements we want to touch on briefly. First, we just want to recognize Comrade Erica Angelica for her $50 contribution, Uhuru comrade. And we're just going to go over some announcements. All right, so this is around the African Liberation Day event, May 28, 2022. Uhuru means freedom. The African People's Socialist Party is proud to announce that we will be organizing African Liberation Day events under the theme Relentless, 50 Years of Leadership Towards African Redemption in several cities in the world. These events will be done recognizing the date of the founding of the African People's Socialist Party on May 25th, 1972. Our party, founded by Chairman Amali Chatella, who is the clear leader of the African nation, believes that African Liberation Day events to be held internationally will be yet another injection of strength into our overall struggle for the total liberation of our Africa and her people. These African Liberation Day events will make the great step that African leader Kwame Nkrumah was unable to make happen back in 1963 when he attempted to build a one united Africa. The ALD, African Liberation Day events, will have cultural performances, a people's parade, vendors of all kinds. In addition, the African Liberation Day events will have political conferences that will discuss the important issues facing the Black community today. Here are some of the locations for the African Liberation Day events. South Africa, or occupied Azania, London, England, Paris, France, Oakland, California, St. Louis, Missouri, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and St. Petersburg, Florida. We'll be building African Liberation Day organizing committees to make great events in all of these regions. We encourage everyone to get involved in building these events in your region by contacting the African People's Socialist Party at 727-914-3617. That is 727-914-3617. Uhuru. Also emailing chimaranga.waller@gmail.com. Uhuru, forward to African Liberation Day. Uhuru, oh yeah, on mute, comrade.
And I'm on mute. All right, comrades. Well, thank you, Comrade Dexter, for those announcements. And again, we want to thank everyone who tuned in, who donated, who shared this broadcasting. We want to thank you, Chairman, who tirelessly provides us with your visionary leadership. And we want to thank Deputy Chair Onizane Yeshitela and her formidable team.
Yes. We also want to thank Director Akile and the whole team, the whole Department of Agitprop, for doing everything, all the behind the scenes work that we don't see, but we deeply appreciate. We want to appreciate all of that work they put in to make this such an efficiently run event. And I want to thank the timekeepers, the chat monitors, the whole team, the whole crew, and most importantly, you, the viewers, for watching and donating and really participating in this process.
Yes, and lastly, we want to thank you and remind you to join the APSP and party the capacity to complete the Black Revolution of the 60s.
Right on. Vanguard up. One Africa.
One Africa.
One nation.
One nation.
Uhuru.